Take off your armor, friend of mine. I have no arrows, but I got time. All your sorrow keeps you glued to your seat. But can we get you out of your head and into your feet? And it's not that the rest of us don't have the blues. It's just that some dance partners need a dance partner too. Is that you? Let down your head. You could sit on your hands, or you could get closer if you dare. And it's not that the rest of us don't have to fight for every bit of love and every bit of light. Tonight is Friday night.
Egg. Egg.
Don't fall in love with the man on stage. I'll be on in a minute, I'm just sharpening my blade. Don't fall for his flattering tune. He'll promise you the world until you drink that perfume.
I miscalculated and I'm not ready yet, so give me like another minute.
Hey.
Hi everyone! Hello, hello. I'm here to stream for you. Hi, hi.
Hey.
Car battery!
Oh no! Ow! Woof. Hi everyone.
I don't feel safe.
I'm so excited. I have been so excited to play Signalis. I had originally planned to do it back in October, in Spooktober, way back when, which that being last year. But then so much stuff happened, and then I couldn't, and then I got the surgery, and then I couldn't, and then blah blah blah. And now we're here, so now I'm finally gonna do it. I know that it's gay, I know that it's ookie spooky, I know that it's low poly and just has a really tight visual style. I know that it's got like early Resident Evil type gameplay, kind of. I don't, we'll see, I'm just really excited. You can always do spooky things in Summerween month too. That is true, but actually I can do spooky things whenever I want. So, we don't even have to worry about it. The OST peak? I didn't even know that yet. That's not one of the things I know. I was listing things I knew, not things that were true about it. So that is not one of the things I know, so it does not count. For those of you who don't know me, or whatever, if you're new here, or isn't it? Hello, my name is Zoe Gamma Queen. I am an artist of various facets. I make my own assets and stuff. And I'm a VTuber, as you can tell. My pronouns are she, her, you know? Yeah, I'm excited to start playing. Do I have anything else I have to talk about first? Let's see. I don't know. I'm mad. Chad, I'm mad about something. I haven't talked about the yams. That's true. That's true. Who will speak for the yams? Well, I'm mad. Also, sign ampersand. Hello, welcome. So I am very mad about Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade, or whatever the fuck the full title is. I think it's that. Because I've been playing through Final Fantasy VII, the original, on my own time. And then I was like, man, I'm kind of looking forward to playing the quote unquote remake, you know? It's not quite a remake because it takes everything in a different direction, I know that, but you know. Anyway, so I downloaded it and stuff, and I was like, ha 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 ha, I'll see if there's a female mod for Cloud, because then you can play as a girl, and that's nice. And there is. There are several mods that put him in dresses. There is one mod that changes all the subtitle pronouns for Cloud to she, her, which are nice. But I only found one proper female Cloud mod that just makes Cloud a girl. Not in feminine clothing just makes Cloud a girl. It is one that I don't think is good because it makes her arms like nothing, just like absolute little twigs, and that sucks. Now Cloud, there's this like running joke in the gaming community as a whole that Cloud is very skinny, that Cloud is a little stick person, and while Cloud is very skinny, he does have muscles. He's like a twunk, you know? And the fact that they don't just take the muscles away, but just make the arms just so fucking thin as if there's nothing. No. Let her be buff. Let her be strong still. Also, she just has like really big boobs, and that's fine, but that just also looks really weird together with the stick arms. It doesn't create a... It looks very unrealistic and stuff. I think it's a bad mod. I think they fucked up. I miss blocked up Cloud, but he's pretty now. You know, he's very much a pretty boy. It's pretty funny, I think. Her muscle went to her boobs. I don't think your boobs aren't muscle. Your boobs are fat, as in the material. I'm not saying that your boobs. I mean, maybe your boobs are large. Who knows? Not for me to. I don't know. I'm curious about this mod for science reasons. Well, you can find it. It is very easy to find. It's the first result when you search for Final Fantasy VII integrate or remake female Cloud, I think. For lack of better phrasing to my brain, meat needs meat to be meaty. Yeah, checks out. So that's the thing that I'm annoyed about. There's a lot of like nudity mods and stuff, of course. There are also mods for basically every female party member to make them very muscular, which I think is kind of fun. You know, at least they're doing it right the other direction. You know. So yeah, that's something I'm annoyed by right now. So I'm not gonna use that. I'm just not gonna use that mod because it looks so fucking awkward to me. The fact that she just has sticks for arms, you know. Female model swaps are usually kind of a cesspool, so I'm not surprised. No, me neither. But I was hoping, you know, I was hoping there would just be a normal, decent, just bog standard gender swap mod out there, you know. It would have been nice. Anyway, the one for Leon and Resident Evil 4 Remake is good. Really? I haven't seen that one. Much to consider. Slightly better phrasing. If they're gonna give FemCloud titty, they gotta give her muscle too to balance things out. Well, they don't have to give her muscle. They just have to not take it away. That's the thing. She had muscle. She had strong, thin, but strong arms, and they just took it away. You could have just left it unchanged. All you have to do is change the face and slap some titties on the chest, and then you're good. That's all they needed to do. You know? There's a cute little goober in the bottom right. You mean Derek? That's our friend Derek. Derek's here. He likes to sit and watch. He's nice. He's our friend. Bog standard mod that makes you a swamp troll. That is a really funny idea. I was also thinking, because I was like, so as I was looking for these mods, you know, I saw that there were a lot of nude mods, and I'm just thinking like, what do you do people? I'm asexual. I'm a sex repulsed ace, so I'll never fully understand. But it makes me want to, like, if you have nude mods for, like, a fighting game, I guess. If you have it for... Can't think of any other examples. But for, like, a game where you play through an adventure, like, do you do that? Do you then play through the adventure, but you're just naked the whole time? Is that... Can't you just, like, find porn then? Isn't that easier? I don't know. It's kind of a silly concept to me. Like, what's the point, you know? I can stomach playing as Cloud in Final Fantasy VII. I've been placing my heart for fanboys. I don't mind playing as Cloud as much, I guess, because he does feel more like an, especially in the remake actually, because during combat you can play as the other characters. But like he's less of a player stand-in to me than a lot of other games. If it's like a game where the player character is basically silent, like for example the Persona games, come on. the player character themselves has basically no personality, basically if any dialogue, basically none if any dialogue. Just let us choose. I don't like having to pick then. If the character is a fleshed out person with a very specific place in the story and like their own backstory and choices and everything, then it's mostly fine. But in any game where the player character is a silent protagonist or something, I would prefer if I could choose to be a woman. It wouldn't take anything away from the story, you know what I mean? At the risk of being gross, I'm also ace, but my partner is not, and she very much has a thing for being beat up. She loves horny games and mods about fighting. Alright. Sure. I like fighting, so I get that part, I guess. A naked mod and no equipment run to have it be more immersive! Wait, that's funny! I like that, actually. That's good. They could literally give Joker a pronoun option and it would be fine. He's already gender non-conforming as fuck. Right? Just give us a pronoun option. Come on. Why the fuck didn't they, like, put the female protagonist back into Persona 3 Remake? Like, what the fuck are they doing? Video games are ruined. So that's something that's been on my mind. What else? You guys seen a new D&D Lego set? It looks really good. Did they do that live stream yet? They were gonna do like a Lego D&D one shot. D&D. I've heard good things about the people working to bring femme character bug in mod form. Ooh, nice. Persona likes to do that because they like to not have gay people. Yeah, I know. Persona is a very Persona is historically very bad about queer representation, which is kind of funny. It's kind of funny when it's a franchise, especially Persona 5, but like as a series, it really, you know, as someone who's played all of 4 and a lot of 5, but not all, it's a franchise that's about outcasts, right? About people that don't feel accepted by society coming together. And then it's queer-phobic? Huh? What's going on? If I didn't know better, I'd say Atlas hates women. I don't know about that. That seems like there would be a lot of evidence for that. It's especially weird with how gay-coded Persona can be. Yeah, no, it's so weird. It's super weird. They have so many characters that feel like queer people, that feel trans and or gay, and then they don't, and then in Persona 5 they are actively transphobic. What? I also only know about queer people being into Persona. Yeah, what are we doing here? It's so weird to me. It's funny. Persona is so wild because it talks about nonconformity and being yourself, but it's all about how those are things you need to get out of your system before graduating high school. Does it? Is that what it talks about? I don't know, but I don't know. I guess so. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I guess it kind of does, huh? Cool. Solution: don't graduate. Yeah, just be like me, drop out of high school, it's fine. You can still go to college, it's okay. 90% of my knowledge of Persona is that one song that goes, check it out, I'm in the house like carpet. I don't spark it, I put it in my pocket like rocket. Fuel. Love that song. Bad, terrible, disgusting, so funny. Ow. I'll take a sippy, thank you. The water's a little warm in my bottle. Zoe, the motorbike lesbian in Persona 5 who stands up to authority and wants to be a cop when she grows up. I know! And I'm so mad because she was my favorite character. Oh god, I'm fucking furious, dude. Fuck! So, Persona could have been so much better, you know? Apparently the lyrics were from a sample CD, which is even more hilarious. Apparently they were, which is so fucking funny to me. It must have been on purpose at that point, right? Okay, it must have been on purpose, or whoever put the lyrics to the music didn't speak English and just thought it sounded cool, you know? Which is fair, you know? That same CD has been used for like a dozen DDR songs. Fun. That is so... Okay, like... I knew about like CDs that had like stock sound effects on them or whatever. Ooh! A queer oddity. Hello, welcome. Thank you for following. You'll see your name seems relevant to the conversation. But I did not know that there were like those kind of like CDs with sound libraries for like music beats or lyrics. That's very funny to me. From the POV of someone who doesn't speak English, it probably goes hard as fuck. Yeah, I imagine so. I got into my ex-friendship and she went, I want to be a cop, and I just thought, fuck, is it too late to kick her out of the club? Right? Exactly. They made the doctor character cuter because girl characters should be on the cute side. Ugh. She was kind of hot though. Stupid. Stupid game. Persona is dumb. Persona could have been yippee! Persona's dumb. Persona could have been so much, you know. Anyway, speaking of gay shit, let's play SIGNALIS now. Ow. I find it in my library. Where are you? Yay! Boy, I sure hope I didn't uninstall it at some point. Oh, I didn't. Okay, we're good. Oh, eggs! I have to do eggs and shit. Well, now I have to wait until we get to the title screen, I guess.
Hi.
Hello. Oh, wait, something's wrong. Okay, I'll wait for the character for the main menu because I noticed that the game screen isn't quite right. Actually, I think it was like that previously, wasn't it? Oh, and it starts on the settings menu, right? Very good. Love when they do that. So we go here first. So why are you positioned incorrectly? What's your deal? Where are you? There you are. Huh. Doesn't. Huh? What's going on? Huh? Something ain't right here, Chet. What is that in the corner? Do you see that in the? Why is there a little notch taken out? What? Oh wait, I think there's actually also... Yeah, well, huh? Okay, hold on a second. It should be this thing. If I move this out of the fold... Okay, wait. Ooh, whoa. Okay, so there is a second one behind it, but that still doesn't explain why it's the wrong resolution. Ooh. It's not the wrong resolution in here, is it? No, it's not. It's supposed to be getting captured twice because it's for games that literally don't have the full resolution, like older games. So that there is a second blurred version behind it, just to have, I don't know, something there because it looks cool or whatever. But why are you the wrong resolution? What's going on there, bud? Oh. Because there was a crop on it for some reason. I don't know why. Whoa. Why do you want to start a revolution? What did I do? Aren't I niceys? Okay, so... what about the background one then? Hold on. It's not even blurred. What's going on? I'm confused. Forever, but I... wait. Okay, I made it... hold on. Okay, so... I take this here also. And then I... do you have a crop? No, you don't. So why are you wrong? Is this you? This is you. Baba's you. Shit. Wait. Okay, alright, okay. Okay, so... okay. Where did you go? Come back, please. Why are you gone? What is happening? What, huh? Why did it... huh? What? They're trying to keep the Yuri away. This is fucked up. Okay, if I just... okay, transform... this... just reset transform. Okay, there it is. So now I put it back. What? What is happening? Why? What the fuck, Chad? Musician is going wild. At least we've got good musical accompaniment for this, you know? Okay. So... I go here. And then it is... come on. What? I don't get it. So retransform. Okay, there it is. Reset transform and there it is. Okay. So now... so if I put it in... what if I put it in this one? Why? Is it... if I do this, does it come back? No. What the fuck? Is this something with the game or something with my OBS setup? It's gotta be something with my OBS setup, I assume. Why does it disappear? It's so fucked up. What if I do this? Huh. Okay. Alright, okay, now it's staying. Good. I think we're good. Okay. Whew. That was hard. Mouse aim, we're not doing that. Would everyone... people who have played this game before, would you recommend controller or mouse and keyboard? Because I assumed I would be using keyboard. I mean... control... oh wait, would you recommend mouse and keyboard or controller? is what I mean. I was gonna use controller, but I know if people are like, no, you have to play this other one, otherwise the game comes to your house and eats all your bananas. I played controller, but the mouse felt good. Mouse feels good to me too. I haven't tried controller. Ow. Keyboard and mouse is perfect. Personally, I prefer mouse and keyboard. I think latest update feels good either way though. I've never played the game before, but here's my input. Mouse is friend who can be pet. Keyboard is good for making funky music. Oh, the eggs. Right. I'm forgetting everything. Okay, hold on. Huh. Yeah, we have done one enough right now. Okay. Eggs. Wait, then we don't need this music. We need different music. Gosh, starting a stream sure is difficult and takes really, really, really long, huh? Alright. Go here. So remember, if you have but one little point, you can spend it on an egg. That will be put on screen. Also, I take a sippy.
Egg.
And the first egg of the day comes to us from Viridescent Fae. And we've got Green Clunk, Meme Mixtape, Kira Cat, Vex Fidel, Jade of Space, Esteemed Jester, Mecha VT, Lego Bama Real, Polar Stars, Muzzle Flash, Elburial, Wibblers, Just Some Trans Girl, Andra Nova, Twinkle Chills, and starting the second egg stack, we've got Sembera, Vixie Bombay, Mike Loves Rabbit. Wait, where are the U-bots? I just forgot the U-bots. Oh my gosh, yo, I'm so fucking sorry. Sorry, gang. Did I do Mike Loves Rabbit yet? Probably? I don't know. We'll see at the end. Ghost of Christmas Future. Akai Fuller. Mossy Username. And Cyan Ampersand. Thank y'all very much. Did I get all of them? I did. Good. No wonder it looked empty. I know, right? It really felt like something was missing. It was y'all, you know? You can come out to play now. Yippee! Ow. Alright, and then there was a head for Derek.
Egg.
Oh, and one more egg from Hummus. Oh. Out of all these options, who is most Yuri? Why, it is of course Rouge the Bet, because she is gay. Or bi. On me. Okay, so... Oh, that's the wrong thing. Rouge. No, come on. There we go. And then a head for Derek, which was redeemed by... Mambalina, Capirinha, wow, yeah, Mambaleo, Mambaleo. Oh! I forgot we had those. First of all, Polar Stars, you were the one to redeem a head for Derek, so if you could tell us what you would like. And hello, Lucina Stardust, welcome. How appropriate! Wait, yeah, I should have been Spectre Queen anyway. Because it's a spooky game, so it should be a spooky ghost. Caipirinha, caipirinha, oh yeah, mambaleo, mambalina. Hi. The spookiest head we've got, spookiest head we've got, let's see. That would be this gravestone head, ooh. Which I do believe is drawn for us by Green Clunk. Okay, now we can play the game. Wait, no, there was another egg. Lucina also redeemed an egg, so here is that egg. Thank you. There you go. Where's the biscuit on the Sonic sticker? Because I haven't made that one! I should really get around to making more stickers, but I haven't. Okay, now we can play the game. I will try with the controller, and if I don't like it, then we'll switch eventually. Let's see. Standard controls, I guess. Sure. Attack speed fast. Sure. Combat accessibility. Normal. Sure. Inventory capacity. Revised. Rule of 6. Modules do not take a minute in first space. Rule of 6 for experience survival. Extend from emergency acquisition for those who struggle. I guess we'll do revised because that's the one it started us on. Advanced automatic reloading off. I like manual reloading. That's fun. Yeah, actually, let's do that. Just be sure. Prevent overhealing. Prevent use of healing items when you would have no effect. Thank you. Yes. Automatically equips available stun prods when appropriate. Sure. Don't know what that is. Does this brightness look good to you guys, or do you think it should be a little bit brighter for y'all? I think we are in space. Thank you, Maz. Very useful information. Without going into detail, Revice is... Alright, I'll believe you. I think it's okay if it changes at all. Probably just a tick or two higher. Maybe a little darker? Some people say lighter, some people say darker. I don't think I'll be making it darker, but if it was too dark, then I would make it a little bit lighter. Barely visible is entirely not visible on my ends, but that's probably fine. Alright, That is a very slow change. It's gonna depend on people's monitors. At the end, yes, but streams and videos and such tend to just be darker than the original for some reason. So that's why I asked. Aaron said it brighter because some people have screen with low contrast ratio. I'll turn it up just a little bit. Just a little bit. Okay, pixel scale, sets up auto the largest possible magnification. I guess. Yeah, pixel perfect, please. Thank you. I love all of this. Do we do this? No. Don't think we'll be doing this. I feel like this is also gonna be way worse for the bitrate. Let me know if there's other stuff on here that we should adjust, because the bitrate is bad for y'all. I assume now you won't really be able to tell just yet, but later on, you know? Or maybe you already can't tell and you're like, I can't read at all ever. In which case, let me know. If I adjust a vibration thing. Yeah, it does rumble. That's fine. But we'll leave it at the medium, the default. Sprint style, aim style, swimming controls, blah, 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 sure, I guess. Yeah, alright. Let's go. Or let's not go yet. Oh, here we go. Done. Some parts of this game may be considered violent or cruel. Cool! That'll be fun. Hello, eyeball. Ooh, wait, this is the title screen. Oh, that's cool. That's neat. Or cruel? No, I'm out. Time to experience women. I'm so fucking excited, dude. So excited to experience women. The three-note oddity. I immediately assumed this was gonna be like relevant somehow. So I've done a very good job of avoiding the plot of this game. Basically all I've been seeing is like fluffy fan art of characters from it. And I don't know any context or anything of that like that. I know like 2 things maybe. How do you run? Oh, hold B, okay. I love when my run is just a faster walk. That's really just what it is, isn't it? Almost. Okay, she takes on a slightly different stance. Anyway, fucking really good visual style already. Like, how much of this is... let's see. Yeah, so... it's like low poly stuff, and it also has a pixel filter over everything, like me. Running on in a circle. Whee! Yay! It's good to, you know, warm up your legs and stuff after you come out of hypersleep. Now let's go through this door. Hello. Can you make her go back to bed? Is she eepy? No, she has to go kiss women, silly. I should switch gears. I feel like this isn't the best stream to be thinking up a quirky shadow monster OC. I mean, it's like a horror game, so maybe it's good for that. The first fan of the SIGNALIS was published on Tumblr in 2015 for a bit of fun trivia. Wow! So, fan art of it in development, I assume then. Aufklärungsraumfahrzeug. Fahrzeug. Type Penrose. Wow. I love German. Penrose type vessel field operations manual. Penrose type vessels of the Yuuzhan People's Navy are low-cost space exploration vessels deployed beyond the solar system's edge in the search for planets and moons fit for a habitation. Habitation. I said it right. Or rich in natural resources to support the continuous growth of our great nation. I know Raumfahrzeug is spaceship. Oh, that makes sense. Like Raum means space, because Fahrzeug does sound like a vaarschip. If I like related to Dutch, so it's like a sail ship. I get it. In a Raum, space, because like space is like when something occupies space. Like it doesn't have to be space up there. It can just be like a room which has space in it. So it's like in that sense. Ruimte is also, yeah, Ruimte, Raum. It makes sense. Yeah, all right. When it was a 2D game. Oh, it used to be 2D? Interesting. I didn't know. Or rich in natural resources to support the continuous growth of our great nation. All Penrose vessels are piloted by a Gestalt stout officer, supported by a land survey / ship technician replica. Ooh. I know these words from near. An LSTR, a land ship Land Survey / Ship Technician Replica, LSDR, okay? This partner system of Gestalt Replica cooperation has proved successful in countless previous scout operations. Mutual control and support allow both the Gestalt officer and the Technician Replica to perform at their optimal capacity. And also they're gay and they kiss. Once the vessel is catapulted towards the edge of the solar system by an orbital mass driver, the pilot may adjust the course from the flight deck while the replica will take care of mechanical maintenance of the vessel. So we are one of those then, I assume, and our partner is the other. We aren't dressed like a pilot. So are we the replica? The Gestalt officer's sleeping bunk. We don't even have a sleeping bunk, we just have a... Smeared diary page. Cycle 57. Woke up from cryo. Oh, okay, I guess we both do cryo. I guess that makes sense. You're not always in cryo sleep, you can always just sleep normal. Fair enough. Woke up from cryo. In an empty mess hall. I was wondering... Elster. So are we Elster or is that the other one? Is looking out the flight deck like some lost in thought. Sometimes I feel like it's home. Okay. We're Elster. Hey, the game didn't tell me that yet. Come on. That wasn't I'll explicitly ask when I want you guys to tell me something. Other than that, I'm just voicing thoughts. The lock is defective. This door cannot be opened. Oh damn. We should get the what was it? We should get the LSTR on it. Where's our replica? Replica? Replicant? What are they called? Replica. I made it to Signalis Fun Time Yuri Fun. I'm so excited. Oh, is this where our partner is? I did it. Telly123, hello. Thank you very much for following. Oh, nope. So that I can see the mouse being a bit better for that part at least. No, I don't. It doesn't. It looks like there's something inside this pod, but I don't see a person. Something moving and sparkling around in there. You did nearly solve that by accident? Cool. I'm so good at video games, as we all know. The pot is for your blowhigh. Oh, yay! Ooh, ooh! We're missed now, okay. Whoa. The suit has been removed from the case. Our partner went in there. There's an AVA suit in the case. Okay. Penrose 512, airlock controls locked, insert key card. Okay. So I guess we'll leave. That is super interesting that there's these little first-person puzzle room sections. Oh, the cockpit. Ship's control panel. Judging from the readout, there's no chance it'll ever fly again. Ooh. A faded photograph is stuck to LDAM controls. It's our loved one. Picked a photograph. Okay. So how long have we been here? Like, did we like just wake up and find out that we were stranded on this planet? The Yuri Polaroid. If only our side wasn't fucked. What if that's not? What if we're not on the other side of it? What if... I assumed there would be. Like, I assumed that, you know, it was a photograph of the Gestalt and the replica together, but what if it's not? What if that's only the Gestalt and the other side is, I don't know, the person who created us or something like that? Starboard controls panel. The controls aren't responding to any input. Probably an electrical failure. Okay. Port controls, there. Like, did we just land here, or have we been surviving here for a little bit together? The physical edition comes with a copy of their photograph. Oh, that's so cute. Nice. The lock is defective, okay. This one's not. A card. Oh, this will get us the... Oh, never mind. It's a book. L-Star Lim Separator Log... What? LSTR features. Repair logic module. Okay, so the replica. So that's what we are, I think. I assume. Serving our great nation as ship technicians aboard the scout vessels of the Penrose program, LSTR-type replicas like yourself are equipped with a specialized repair logic module, RLM, allowing them to quickly and easily repair both themselves and imported mission equipment. Accessing the RLM functions. Enter the inventory screen by pressing X to select the item to repair with, space junk. Hello, thank you very much for your egg. There you go. My nose is a bit itchy. The experience of this game has got to be way different if you speak German. I mean, a little, I guess. Most of it is still just in English. Select the item to repair with arrow keys. Press A to open the command menu. Select combine option to enter combine mode. While in combine mode, select the second item to repair, press A again to combine both items. To repair damage to the replica body, select a suitable repair item and simply choose the use option from the command menu. Wow! Bye! I will take a sippy. Sometimes it can be helpful to take a good look at an object from all sides. Select the inspect option in the command menu to enter inspect mode. While in inspect mode, use the arrow keys, the D-pad to rotate the item and look at it from all sides. Okay. In that case, in that case, I'd like to look at the photo, please. Oops, that's not how you do it. Oops, nope. How do you do it? Oh, the thing! A photograph taken on self-developing film. Despite the damage, Ariane Young, I hope I did that right, can still be seen on it, so that's the name of our partner, presumably. Can't help but notice that when I look at our status, there's room for a second character below us. Or something, anyway. Okay. The thing! Ah, my darling. Wake up. Oops. Oh. That shit's empty. Although there's like worms or some shit in there. What is that? What am I looking at? Oh, is that water? Oh, it's water. It's a liquid. Okay. 2 pieces of a key snipped in half. Lie inside the cryogenic pod. Yeah, pick that shit up. Okay. It's gonna take some getting used to that it's not start that opens the inventory. Today's pizza cracks. We'll be dipping this Gauntlet Queen into a vat of marshmallow fluff and seeing if there's a chemical reaction. I think the chemical reaction is that I taste it and I'm like, alright. Combine it with itself. Can I do that? No, use. Inspect. Oh, I need to get some sort of adhesive, of course. Where haven't I been yet? Is there other stuff? I miss our wife. Was this one broken? No? Okay, right, okay. Can't do anything here yet. Broken. No. Huh. It feels like we've been everywhere already. Maybe there's something down. No? Doesn't seem like it. Why are our sleepy places so far away from each other? We should be sharing. What the hell? That door doesn't work. I didn't miss anything here, did I? Combine. Second item to repair. Right. Okay, so no. It enhances the yearning. Oh, it does
Car
it.
battery!
Oh, ow. Oof. It does enhance the yearning. And you know, if they're yearning so much, then they'll be more inclined to like work hard for one another, prove themselves for one another, so then they'll do a better job. It's very, very clever. Maybe a little bit insidious of them to what the fuck do I do? Okay, combine with the photograph? I don't know. Am I missing something? Is there any rooms I haven't been to yet? Oh, okay, here we go. You have to find all 8 pages. Find my gay pages. Zero Elec, as well as Crimson Flasher, thank you. Thank you both for the eggs. If two girls are already sleeping together when they cannot, then they cannot begin sleeping together, which is more Yuri. Oh, you're right. Find my LSDR as the Signalis woman. I think we are the Signalis woman. Penrose 512, Scott vehicle status monitor. Status critical system failure detected. Location unknown planetary surface. Crew status A Young. Gestalt pilot no signal. LSDR 512 replica unit active. Mess hall. Wow, not even a name. What's our name again? Elster or something? Hard landing on surface has damaged critical systems! Exclamation point. Warning! Surface temperature critically low. Wear protective clothing during AVA. Got it. Elster, like the bird. What's a bird? I can do a little spinny. Yay! I think 7 Mac should appear in this game. I feel like that's a very funny comparison. I like that actually. And hello, Ghost Lizard. Welcome. Magpie in English. Ulster. What do we call those in Dutch? Ulster. Oh. Exter. In Dutch they're called exters. Exter sounds actually kind of cool as fuck, doesn't it? Exter. That's cool, dude. Oh, whoops. Hooray! And now that I've glued this thing back together, or not I've just sort of hastily attached these two things with duct tape, I can use the little chip that's in it. That's only one of the 2 halves, presumably. Alright, so does this just work, or... Yes. I used the key. Ooh, we go up. Cool logo. Cool visual. This place is cold. It would probably ruin the vibe they're going for, but it'd be really funny if you had to swipe the card a few times to get it to work. I wouldn't. I would get it in one. I always get it in one in Among Us. I'm very good at that part. Everybody's always complaining that it's random or whatever. It's not. You just gotta get the timing right, and I'm really good at it. I'm awesome. Great how the not HEV suit has boob socks. Very nice of the designers to think of the lesbians. I agree. I thought it was pretty funny that it's like women shaved. It's funny to me. No need for that. Arguably not smart if it's supposed to keep you warm. Ritsutera and Ribbon Skull, thank you both for the eggs. There we go. Okay. We are walking. Some kind of gate. Ooh, hole. That's always a good sign. Signalis, but Sam is searching for Max. Plot is exactly the same. Oh god, it's red down here. This is weird. Oh, yay, it's just like Resident Evil. I mean, Silent Hill. There's a hole in the wall. Do I want to go in it? I assume it's gonna ask me that. Hole count 1. Oh boy, I wonder how many holes there are in this game. This is like flesh. This is like a creature. Is that blood? Is it blood in the wall, or am I making that up? What am I looking at here? There's a strange hole leading deep into the ground. There's a faint light glowing in the deep. Crawl into the hole? Yeah. You can check out the south wall to find out. Well, I already went in, so. Oh god, I have to do it myself. That's fun. Having my finger on Yuri alert button like a cowboy getting ready to pull the trigger. That's good. Remember, when you see a hole, it is always morally correct to use the A button to jump inside. Can I still go back? No. I gotta go. Okay. That is... Where did the hole go? Huh? What? Huh? What? Huh? What? Huh? I thought this was sci-fi horror, not supernatural horror. What the fuck is going on? A heavy safe box wrapped in chains. There was a hole here, but it's gone now. Dark pictures of a coastline and an island. Are they photographs? This is weird. This is... Oh wait, this is the king in red or whatever, right? An ancient looking tome is lying on the table. It feels like it's calling to me. Oh, pick up the king in yellow. If you read this, you die or some shit, right? Well, picked up the king in yellow. I have book now. Oh. Ow. Oh, you go crazy if you read it, okay. For those who don't know, that's something like outside of this game. Preparing to send message. Hello. Attention. Write this down, chat. Oh, what was that? Great holes secretly are digged. Where is what? Where's to suffice? Oh. Oh. And things I've learned to walk that ought to crawl. Cool robot face, very nice. Remember our promise. Thanks. Huh. Wake up. Oh! Ow. This is different. This is different from what I was expecting. Capital 1. Chapter, I assume? Sincronitas or something? Ow. It's not the number, by the way. I just slammed a bunch of random numbers. Ah, I thought you were helping. It only gets better from here. I'm so excited. What? Huh? So, huh? Wait, where are we now? Was that it? Okay, was that an in media res kind of thing? Like we'll be there later? Is this after a time skip? Was that all a hallucination? I feel like that might all have been a hallucination, which explains the fantastical, like, supernatural elements of it. Thought it was a dream sequence. I think it might have been a dream sequence. And obviously, just to make sure, I'm not asking for answers here. I'm just theorizing. I came all the way here to find her. There's no turning back now. I do that egg. Do I have all the eggs so far? Yes, I do. Zerayo VT, thank you very much for your egg, which completes the second egg stack. Very nice. This is actually the fucked up AU of a pretty pedestrian coffee shop fic. You say that, but it feels like that for me because all the fan art I've seen has just been cute, no drama, no stakes, lovey-dovey stuff. So that is what it feels like for me, you know? Yeah, that's the impression the fan art gives. Yeah. I have the first 2 parts of the numbers memorized by heart, which is very normal. They did come in parts. I feel like that's gonna be relevant. You haven't seen the Bloody Violence fan art yet? Nope. I haven't gone looking for it. It's just stuff that's come across my dash, you know? So we've come a very long way to find her. Oh, okay. Welcome to S23 Sierpinski. You've been selected or have elected. You have chosen or been chosen to relocate to one of our finest fucking cities. I forgot what he says exactly. To be relocated. It feels intentional. It feels like that's an intentional reference to that. Find us remaining cities or something. Yeah, thank you. Fuck you, Gordon! You've selected or have been selected to get fucked in the ass! The video is so good. I hope it's not AI. I don't actually know. I think it's not AI, but I really hope it's not. To be relocated by Aeon to S23 Sierpinski. Located on Leng at the frontier of the solar system, S23 Sierpinski is the perfect place for a new beginning. As our prestigious vocational school facility, you will learn new skills to shape your future as a productive citizen of our wonderful nation. Here you will learn all about mineral extraction, ore refinement, and munitions production, helping the war effort against the remnants of the Empire. Oh, the remnants of the Empire. Okay. Okay, because in the previous sequence, the alleged dream sequence, we were working for this empire. So was that not real, or was that sort of a bit of a flashbacky thing and the Empire has now been defeated? Or are we still part of the... Very interesting. And of course, learning is not just about theory. Aeon lets you earn your share while practicing your new craft right at the workplace. That's nice. Concerned about your family, friends, former colleagues? Ask a protector about our ration sharing plan. A portion of your ration marks will be sent to a beneficiary of your choice. Why? You should just give them food. Someone else shouldn't have to give that up. Okay, let me read this. Lang Orbital Interchange, S23 Sapinski Facility, Transit Station. Welcome to Sapinski Facility. Those rations, though, they're rationing. Okay, that's true. That's... Okay, fair point, fair point. No, you're right. Okay. Fun fact, the distorted or redacted text is actually a font. So the text is readable in the game files. Oh, that's fun! That's a fun way of doing it. I like that. So my first thought is, okay, so we, the replica, and our gestalt, whose name starts with an A, and our name starts with an E, were assigned together and did things and stuff, but we lost her at some point, and now we've come here looking for her. It's after the war, or during, or well, it's after the Empire has fallen, I guess, but the war is still going on. And we were part of the Empire. We were built by the Empire, I guess. So we were probably like separated. Maybe like the opposition took her, or maybe it's just like, well, because the war is over. We were just, or, well, not because the war was over, but because we were no longer, because the job we had was to explore new territories to see if we could expand the Empire there, but now that's obviously not a thing anymore. I think the Empire is more concerned with just not dissolving entirely, so we were probably decommissioned. She was taken away from us, and we were like, no! So we were going against our programming to try to get her back, or against our mission statement anyway. That's what I assume. Can we see her photo again? I feel like that's a very loaded question, considering you already know. Yeah, there we go. Wow, it's different now. A photograph taken on self-developing film. Despite the damage, Alina Sio can still be seen on it. That's a different name. And that's a different person. That looks more like us. Though it doesn't look like us entirely. We are a replica, which suggests we are a replica of someone, so maybe that's who we're a replica of? Maybe we're not even after maybe we're trying to find her and not the person from the first sequence. The first surface X is lift. I don't need to go back. Okay. Wait, hold on. I see something on this window. There's a keycard with a note taped to the window of the reception. Due to staff shortage, report new arrivals at classroom 4C, northeast. Pick up the reception key? Yes? What did it say? Northeast? Northeast. This way? Reflection in the window? Yeah, that's nice. Camera looking at me. Oh, hey, is that us? Nope. That's weird. We were there in the other thing, but not now. Huh. I went into Scary Hole, yeah. but the scary hole wasn't real or something, so it's fine. Think of the rule number 6. Think of the rules of 6. Don't carry more. It's been since high school that I had German lessons, so I'm not very good at it. Trag nie meer als seksgegenstände bei dir. Don't carry more than 6 something with you. Don't carry more than 6 Pokemon at a time. I think you're right. I think that's what it says. Probably items. I'm gonna say it's like don't carry more than 6 items with you at a time. The rule of 6. Oh, here we go. Remember the rule of 6? Never carry more than 6 items on your person. There we go. Private property is a privilege. Keep your pockets empty and your bag light. But it's okay. I don't know if it means anything, but here you can clearly see us. That's us, right? We're on the picture. Now, I don't know if that's super relevant or if it's just like any, you know, if it's just any replica. Maybe all replicas are of the same, are like they're replicas of the same mold, you know? Yeah, we were having fun translating, I know, right? Rude. This is the first time I've seen a small inventory be based on ideology. It's a fun way to do it. I think that's good. A fun little way to explain it. It's locked, don't have a key. Oh. Hello, pilot guts and whatever. A dead yuri unit. She's in a horrible state. Infected looking biocomponents are bulging out of her damaged shell. Marvel Kusar. Hello, thank you very much for following. Welcome. Yippee! The camera is following you pretty closely. Which one? It's probably normal. Ooh. Aversal, hello, thank you very much for following as well. Hello, hello. Leave space in your inventory to carry your girlfriend. Very important, very, very, very. Whoa, what's going on? In phase, thank you very much for following as well. Wow. And a sippy, thank you. I'm actually gonna do that random alt after I've gone to the bathroom real quick, because I have to get to the bathroom real quick. So we're just gonna finish reading this, then I'll do eggs, and then I'll be back in like 5 minutes or so. Infected looking biocomponents are bulging out of her damaged shell. What happened to her that would cause this? An infection, I assume. I will go piss girl. I will, in just a moment. I've expanded my German vocabulary by just replaying this game several times to screenshot every bit of German text I could. I think that's good. I think it's very good to have like some other kind of motivator when learning some kind of skill rather than just the knowledge of the skill alone, you know? So that you can talk to a friend, or so that you can hyperfixate on your hyperfixation more, you know? Now let me get those eggs. So that is Tyringerine, Windows Millennium Edition, and Aversal. Thank you 3 for starting the 3rd egg stack. Okay, so yeah, I'll see you guys in a few minutes after I've gone to the bathroom. See you soon. Oh, bogus. All right, bye.
Sing the songs that we all know by heart for everyone to hear. Oh my darling, you've been traveling close house behind us there. Bring along all you have ever known. The days are black and white. Anchor all the answers that you found and start to question them. Zoo, you will lose. So choose now. Choose. What was lost today will be found tomorrow. I've been gone for days, but I count on
Analyze being evil and the pursuers.
and everything you thought it was supposed to be now. Let it settle further in the background. Slow down, and I'll remember that's all you need to know. I was lost today. I'll remember that's all you need to know. I'll remember. Just remember. I don't wanna wake up today. I'll be a traveling song in my hat to keep. I move giant steps with the same melody. Slow down to find the harmony. This world is long.
We're just normal men.
Landscapes are changing.
We're just innocent men.
Right turns wrong into a lonely desert storm. Could I belong to your heart? Belong to anyone? I don't wanna wake up
Egg.
Hi, sorry for the long wait. It took a little bit longer than I expected. Oh, did we get a raid? Oh, we did.
Boo, get scared, get scared, get scared.
Oh my god.
Egg.
I'm
you
scared.
scared?
And
fucking
fearful. I'm refreshed and ready to get scared. In the name of Yuri, I am, and I did.
That's a good
Yippee.
name.
Thanks. What is?
Yuri.
Yuri is a good name. Oh. I get it.
Oh my gosh!
I
you
love
doing?
the little robots. Thank you. I made them. They're called U-bots, and you can be one too if you follow. Ow! I died. No.
Damn. I join and you instantly die. That's the saddest thing.
It wasn't instant. I was on the bathroom for a
Okay.
while first.
That's fair enough.
Apologies that I wasn't here for you know.
It's fine, Zoe.
Anyway, I already was gonna have a random alt anyway when I came back, so.
Now it's even more random. Twice
Yeah.
now. I think you should roll twice.
It's my trans palette. It's a rare drop.
Oh, hell yeah. Don't roll twice. I like this one.
I wasn't going to. There we go. Hi.
Hello.
Glue Huffington. That's a good name. Thank you very much for following. And I'm getting cheesed. Nope. There we go.
Where am I? Don't I usually just pop up?
Oh, yeah, I got you turned off, I guess. I don't know.
Why would you ever turn me off?
Sorry, I don't know. Let me... okay, hold on. Let me get the, eggs. 046. Glevcomat. And actual cap... Whoa! And actual captor, thank you already. Eggs.
Big egg.
Big egg. Did we get any more followers while I was away that I should say thank you to? Ultimate Banana Boy, as a matter of fact. Thank you very much for following.
Nice.
Alright, cool. There we go. We're starting the lesbian robot game with several women dead already. Yeah,
That's fucked up.
I mean, just Spectral Queen, I guess, who was already a ghost, so it doesn't really matter. Also, here's a dead one. Can you see the game?
Oh, I forgot to watch. Yeah, I can see the game, yes. Oh, fucked up, there's a dead woman right there.
Yeah, but I'm styling on her, though.
I ended my stream a little early because it turns out Alien Isolation is an extremely draining game for me in specific.
Oh, how come?
I didn't realize it was going to require quite so much stealth, and stealth is not my forte.
I see. Perhaps you should play Resident Evil instead.
Perhaps.
Might
But
be
no, I'm
more up your
enjoying it.
alley.
I
Okay,
found
well,
a
that's
gun.
nice, yeah. Rotating a woman in my mind. So you missed it. You actually got here, like after we're only just past the introduction of the game, which was insane.
What happened?
Well,
Can we have a recap, a cinematic recap?
so here's what happened, right? So we wake up from stasis, in a spaceship. And by reading some documents and things around the station, we find out that we are a replica, and replica were built by the Empire and coupled, or indeed partnered, I guess coupled is a more gay way of saying it anyway, with a Gestalt to pilot these exploration ships that go out into the edges of the universe or whatever to find new territory for the Empire to colonize or take all of the resources from. However, our Gestalt isn't there. We don't find her.
Fucked up.
And it seems that she has left, so we do a little. She's left. She's taken one of the spacesuits and gone out into the planet. So we do some puzzling, and we get our own suit, and we go out, and then we find a big hole. We find a big hole with a staircase leading down on the planet. The planet is all like snowy, by the way. It's just completely frozen wasteland. So we find a big hole with a staircase going down. We go down. It's like blood red at the bottom with like an unnatural hole through the wall. And maybe just like actual blood on the wall, but it's hard to tell. We go through, and then we come into what almost looks like a modern day office room.
Okay.
And there's a book which is The King The King in Yellow, if you know it.
I've heard of it. I've not read it.
Well, don't, because you'll go mad.
Okay.
And then we activate the computer, and it spouts a bunch of code at us and visions, and our face disintegrates, and it shows the robot face underneath because we're a robot. Nice. And it's all very scary and weird as fuck. And then we were in a bathroom. Ow.
Okay.
So, yeah, that was...
Did you like when her face disintegrated into chalk?
Yeah, I think I did say, like, cool face. So I think that was all some sort of hallucination sequence, dream sequence, whatever the fuck. Actually, The King is Yellow is about the book. You're thinking of the play, The King in Yellow. Oh, okay, it's the play that drives you mad. Okay, very good. Good to know. I thought it was the book. Just waiting for the film. Like any good Silent Hill protagonist, this replica is looking for her wife. This is true. We're looking for our wife. That is something I know. I don't. Also, the Empire is on the run. There's a war going, and the Empire is losing apparently. So that is something we know.
She's got a beautiful wife. She's got a powerful job.
Rate Elster with the info you have so far. I will ask again when the game is over to have proper comparison. Okay, let me see. So Elster has a normal human face, but her eyes are quite inhuman. Still, I feels like it anyway.
What do you mean Sam and Max are here? What?
Oh yeah, Sam and Max are here also. They actually went through something very similar a moment ago. Where Sam was looking for Max and had a whole like scary game about it, so they're here to help, so it's okay.
I see. Getting big alien isolation vibes in this game.
So let's see. So she the way she looks, I think her body is quite cool. As far as like robots that just look like a person go, she looks pretty good. I like the look of her. Given those factors, of course, and we know absolutely nothing about her powers. She has a cool robot face underneath the synthetic skin. At least I assume it's synthetic. I think I'll give her a Let's see. Acts just like a human. 5.3. No, 5.2.
I'm gonna be honest, I didn't realize this game was like top-down isometric. Like, from the gay videos I saw, I assumed it was like a first-person shooter.
Oh, it's also a first-person.
Oh, okay.
But it's not first-person shooter so far. It hasn't had any shooting at all. It's a first-person puzzle game, like Myst.
Well, obviously you're gonna have to find a gun.
Ow. I assume so. I think you do find a gun. Okay, she has hooves. I'm never that much of a fan of robot hoof legs, I'm gonna be honest. I don't hate them, I'm just not a fan. Also, she's tall, she's 6'6". That is good. Maybe she is a 5.3 actually. Robot powers include but are not limited to repair and lesbianism. I can already do the second one, and I don't know if the first one would count for me. It is actually like a built-in thing, right? Okay, that's one power that she has. I think she'll get a 5.3 so far. Oh right, I have to bring you in. I'm so sorry, Jody. Thank you, Jeff, for reminding me.
How can you be playing this lesbian game when you're erasing me, a lesbian?
No, see, I'm also a lesbian, so it cancels out.
I don't think that's 2 lesbians is better than 1 lesbian. So you know this.
I know, but I'm just saying, or something. I'm saying words or something.
You are saying something.
And Sonic M, don't be careful saying shit like that because I don't want any spoilers, and I'm very strict about hinting at spoilers. Also,
it's true. No bugs either.
Not at all.
Ever. Not even saying it. Don't even hint at anything. Oh, apparently I also have a sticker choice.
Oh, nice. What would you like?
I would like what's that one, Garuna? The pink one, the hedgehog looking one.
Oh, Sonic?
Yeah, pink Sonic. I want pink Sonic, please.
Let's get you a pink Sonic. There you go, bud.
Thank you. I love you, pink Sonic.
Don't even think any fucking spoilers. Experience this game for the first time with me, even if you've experienced it together.
I am experiencing it for the first time.
Surface request form F29. Date of filing serving request form 8421 full protector ID of unit filing request Euler S2309 replica. That's the sort of thing we are. Status staff department. Full protector ID of unit processing request ARAR S2303 replica.
What are you a replica of?
I've been wondering that. I don't know if each replica is a replica of a specific thing, or if all of us are a replica of the same mold. I don't know that yet, because I saw a poster on the wall that had us on it. So that suggests that all replica are the same, but I don't know yet.
Or maybe you in particular just very popular.
Maybe.
she has her own live stream.
Maybe, but probably not, considering. Well, I guess I don't know yet. Okay, because in the original in the opening sequence, we worked for, and like we were built by the Empire, but now I'm in a location that is opposing the Empire.
Okay.
And here's where the poster was. So maybe in reality we don't work for the Empire. I don't know yet, but we aren't from here. At the very least, our character, whose name is... It's Exter, but in German, Exter meaning magpie, which is Exter is Dutch. I'll just call her Exter until I can remember her actual name. She's not from here, because she said, like, I came all the way over here to find her. If she's from here, then that would be a weird thing to say, because then it's like, oh, I'm finally back home, or something, you know? I don't know.
Yeah, that makes sense.
We'll find out.
I will say, I've never heard anything called the Empire and have it be good.
No, I don't assume they're good. I mean, they did talk about this, like, you know, finding new planets to colonize and strip of its resources and stuff, which is generally not a nice thing to do.
I feel like once you call yourself the Empire, you sort of resigned yourself to the fact you're just evil.
Yeah. Location of okay, so surface object Mond and Tuchter high security wall safe numeric keypad. Location of object classroom 4B. Description: the wall safe in classroom 4B keeps resetting to the default combination. What's the point of the whole radio code broadcasting system if our safe can only be opened with the code in a manual? Well, that's useful information. Aufzeichnungen führen.
Are the Nazis here? Is this like alternate future Nazi stuff?
Well, again, this is not a place owned by the Empire, so I don't know about that. So. I mean, I guess there were also non-Nazi Germans during World War II who were just cowering in their homes.
Getting strong Nazi vibes on this poster.
Maybe a little bit. Aufzeichnungen.
They're very proud of floppy disk.
I don't know what that means. Alles protokollieren. Everything something. Denke daran. Think about. Was nicht auf. Anyway, keep records. Aufzeichnungen. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I would have never gotten that.
Keep records.
Protocol everything. Remember, if you didn't write it down, it never happened. Denken eraan. Yeah, so think about, so remember. That makes sense. Alles protocoleren. So everything protocol. Okay, yeah, makes sense. Let me get that egg in just a moment.
Egg.
Yep, it's... Yep, het is mijn kat. En Sonische camera 04. Dank jullie wel voor de eieren. Heel fijn. Dankjewel. En het is inderdaad leuk dat je de disc echt kan zien in de floppy disk. Toch, Jody?
Yeah, it is strange. I don't know if you said strange, but I think it's strange.
Dat is niet wat ik zei, nee.
Okay.
Ik zei dat is leuk, toch? Right?
I'll just wait till it runs out.
Right? Right?
Sorry,
asking
could you
fucking...
repeat that? I could not hear you.
No, never mind the conversation. it's too late. I'm moving on. Remember, if you didn't write it down, it never happened. Get the right forms from administration and save your files frequently. How do I
It does
save?
surprise me that it does surprise me that the German for records is apparently Führen. That does not seem like
No, that's
the
keep
word.
keeping.
Oh, that's also a weird one for me. Like,
I
you know,
guess.
we
Yeah, the
it's like,
Führer, I know.
Yeah, we
I
have
guess
such
it's like
such-
keeper, you know?
Guess we have such a concrete idea what the word Führer means, and the fact it just says keep records is very, very surprising to me.
I guess so. A little, yeah. Damn it, we're gonna have our horror game logs come hell or high water. Okay, so red computers are safe things. What? What? Wait, wait, no. What? No. Okay. That is funny though.
No.
Whoa.
Fucking funny.
I was so scared. I was like, wait, did I just like disable chat for the entire run?
You saved, and that's how you get the bad ending.
No, I didn't save. That's why it told me that.
I know, but I thought you did save, and it said you'll regret this later. You regret saving this game.
That is funny though, because like it was like on continue without saving, but I didn't notice, so I just pressed like I get A, you know. But
I had a computer like this when I was very, very young. The entire thing was just like orange. It's like the whole screen was just luminescent orange. It sucked.
nice.
It was a very early computer.
And remember to find the diagonal spinning red floppy disk to save. Oh wait, never mind. That's a different robot.
You regret saving your files and deeds.
What robot is that?
That's a quote from
Oh
3K Story.
yeah. So it is. Nice. As you started to say, I was like, oh yeah. All right, let's see if I can read this German. No.
No,
Hello,
you can't, because I
Clark.
don't think it's German. Judging from the title, it's Japanese.
Oh, is it not? Okay. Is it Japanese? Oh, it's Asian.
It's Asian. I don't think it's a language.
Well, no, I'm saying like it's some type of Asian.
Asian type B.
Memorandum wall safe codex. It has come to my attention that at least one worker, I think it's Chinese. Yeah, I was thinking more so Chinese, but I didn't want to make a guess, a closer guess than just Asian because I don't really know. It's come to my attention that at least one worker might be aware of the code broadcasting frequencies for the protector wall saves. Any workers connected to this leak are to be interrogated until the culprit is found. I'm restricting all radio privileges for workers until further notice. Adler. We have a name. So we have a lot of available space to us here. Laufen in den Gängen verboten.
Love is forbidden.
So that means, okay, lauf. That means either run or
Don't run in the
laugh,
halls.
but I don't think it means laugh.
Don't run or laugh in the halls.
Don't run in. You're not allowed to run in the halls. Hab Rücksicht auf deine something. Jeder
Yeah.
kann dich laufen hören.
You said my name. What do you want?
Did I?
You said Dinah.
Nice. No
sorry.
laughing in the gang.
This gang's gonna be tough. No laughing, no giggling, no joy. Good boys.
No laughing here. I've never felt joy in my fucking life. I'm miserable 24/7.
Frown gang, frown gang.
Frown gang. I mean,
Gang.
her gang. I'm surprised by how much of this I can still read. Me too, honestly. I'm very surprised considering, like I said earlier, I haven't learned any German since high school. So, Rücksicht. To know. Have something of your. Jeder kann dich laufen. We can hear you run. I don't know. No running in the hallways. No running in the hallways. Be mindful of your neighbors. Okay. Oh, Rücksicht. Okay. Mindful of your neighbors. Everyone can hear you run. Jeder is everyone kann dich. Yeah. So everyone can hear you run. Okay. Yes. Iedereen kan je.
Everyone can hear you.
Rennen, horen. Right. Got it.
Don't
That
run so
probably means
everyone can hear you.
Well, yeah, I think that is like a little tip. Like, hey, there's gonna be monsters and they're gonna find you if you're running.
There's gonna be beasties.
Okay, so I have to find a manual for this.
Can you try code for me?
Okay.
Can you try 0451?
Nope.
Damn.
Unless,
Well, no,
Yeah.
it's always worth trying.
well, is that from Deus Ex?
It's from a lot of games.
Oh, okay. All right.
Basically, I think System Shock did it first, then Deus Ex, and then like
Oh,
a
System
lot of
Shock.
fucking games. The first code is 0451 in reference.
Mm-hmm.
And
The
the
immersive,
the
immersive
sim.
sim stable. That's fun. Oh,
Every time I come across the first code in a game, I always try 0451 because like 50% of the time it'll work.
look at this. This is so cool. The floor below us. It has. First of all, we can see the door there, but we can see our shadow. Also.
That's fucking sick.
That is very cool and cool and cool and cool and cool. And time to fry. Thank you very much for your egg.
This game seems like it might be good.
I think it might be. I can't say for sure though.
This game seems like it might be bad and fucked up.
The door's locked. This door's also like, what the fuck? This game sucks.
Never mind, this was a bad game actually.
Oh hey, okay, yeah. So every replica looks like us. Although their
Wow.
hairstyles can differ. It's, yeah, right? I will say, like I was already saying earlier, that as far as as robots that just look like humans go, this is quite good. The classic just put some lines on the face is really complemented here by just put some little metal plates on the face.
Yeah.
Very good. And like the eyes again are very
I do like the red
inhuman.
around the eyes. That's
Yeah, it's very good. It's very good. This might be my favorite, in terms of pure design, might be my favorite robot that just looks like a human. Elster is just a model name. I don't know if it's a model name. Maybe that's... No, I don't think so, because we saw like a data file or whatever on the personnel of our ship together with our Gestalt partner, and we didn't have a name there. Like, we just didn't have a name at all. So I think Elster is a name that we picked for ourselves. Trans. I'm hydrating, you should too. I will.
A cringe mod?
It really gives the impression that you can take the faceplate off. It does. It feels much more artificial looking, which is very good. It's extremely cosplay ready. Oh, you're right. I could totally cosplay Elster.
Now you've got me think about that. You remember when we both played Cyberpunk and there was that one woman early on who had like, who was having surgery performed on her and she just had a whole lower face removed?
Yes.
Remember that? That's what I'm thinking of now. No, you said remove the faceplate, just that woman.
You're right. You're right. That looks so fucking cool. I wish the game showed more stuff like that.
Yeah.
An Elster unit? Okay, so this one's name is... Oh, wait, okay. So this is why you were saying that. I didn't even read the dialogue yet. Okay, yeah, so... Oh. I drink
She's a
deep of the
star.
yuri. So this one is named Star, or are we named Star? Who's saying this? Anyway, so Elster is indeed the model name, it seems then. So then I assume all replicas are based on they are divided into different models,
Replicas of
each of them modeled after one specific person. Okay. An Elster unit, you should leave this place. This facility is lost. Turn back before it's too late. Oh. Okay, we just have the name Elster. We just picked that name, I guess.
Okay.
I'm looking for this woman. Oh, she has brown hair. I thought she had, like, bluish black hair like we did. Looked way more like us when I looked at the photo earlier.
Huh.
And this is also
Did
interesting.
the photo change?
Well, as a matter of fact, in the opening sequence, we picked up a photo that was basically the same, but the person on it was our Gestalt,
Okay.
I think. Yes, yeah, that was our Gestalt. And then
hell
once we
yeah.
got out of it, we still had a photo on us. It was the only item we had on us, and it's this photo, which, again, like the way that it's like fucked up on one side, that's the same, and the pose of the character looking into the camera, like side-eyeing it, and it's kind of like that. It's the same. The description was also extremely similar, but it just had a name. The name was just different.
Oh, here we go. We're going down to Silent Hill 2 territory. You're gonna check this photo every so often, and then it's gonna turn out to have never existed.
Oh god, I can't wait. What if all of this is fake forever? What if none of it's real? What if it's not even a sci-fi thing? What if it's just a coma of some modern day person? Fuck.
I will say, like one of my favorite things in gaming is the letter from Maria in Silent Hill 2, where the game never tells you to check her, but if you do, you notice it's slowly fucking fading away, and then at the end of the game, it's just blank. Like,
That's
it's very
really
funny
fucking
to me.
strong. That's really good. Have you seen James Sunderland voice? Have you seen my wife? I'm looking for my wife. What if it's
you
all just a
aren't?
game?
No, it's they're from Mary, not Maria. Maria's the other girl.
Maria.
Egg.
Aren't you Maria?
Tenebris Forge, thank you for the egg. So, have you seen my wife? If that is my wife, I don't know. I don't know her, but...
Why are you showing me a blank piece of paper? What the fuck?
Or you're holding your hand out with nothing in it. Hello, Tenebris Forge, also hi. The fact that checking items changes the ending of that game drove me crazy, lol. That's such an insanely cool thing to do, though. Just, you know, oh, let me look at this item again. Why is it different? Have you seen my wife? Now you have.
You have. Look again, please.
Please,
I love her so much.
I need to know that she's still there. I don't know her, but she might be one of the workers. All Gestalt workers were sent to the mine below the facility, so she's still a Gestalt. Okay. This visual is insane. I feel like I'm watching, like, House or some shit.
No, comrade, the owls below the facility. I love that chick so much. I do it every time I get it.
It's really good. If she's still alive, she's probably down there. So why are you dying? Can we talk about that?
That should have been the first question we asked. Like,
Yeah,
have you seen my wife?
I mean, I'm assuming that Elster knows, you know, that before coming here, she was made aware of that this place is getting has been invaded by murderous aliens, or there's a virus on the loose that's making all the replicas turn against each other, or some shit. I don't know, but we don't, and she doesn't feel the need to tell us, because why would she talk about it? You know, if she knows.
I just like those. Excuse me, ma'am. I notice you're bleeding out. Have you seen my wife?
Yeah, it is still kind of weird that she doesn't go like, "Hey, do you need help?"
She's holding help hostage based on how much information you can give her about her wife. I'll get you a medkit if you can tell me what you know about this photo.
Also, Twinkle Chews, this facility is lost does not seem pretty clear to me. Cause how? In what sense? What do you mean? You know?
What
That's
do you
not
mean
enough
the facility is
information.
lost? Go find it.
Go find it, silly. She's not a medical unit. Why would she offer help? Well, okay, no, she could help because they're both replicas, and she can repair herself, who is a replica. As such, she should be able to repair others. You know? Like, she was made to repair things. Anyway, something is dangerous and you should leave. Nah.
Nah, my wife.
Nah, I gotta find my wife, dude.
Or her voice.
If my wife, if that is my wife, I don't know. Is the one in the flashback my wife? Is this one still my wife? It's also a gestalt, but she looks different. So what the fuck's going on? You know? I don't know. That's an
Who
access
really
elevator
knows?
to the mine shaft, one level below. But you need an administrator's key to use it. Do you have one? Do you need help? I'll be out of here as soon as the repair patch stops my bleeding. Oh, okay, you're okay.
she's
So you're fine. Okay, you should get out of here too. I don't know who that woman is, but she's probably dead by now. If you still want to go, good luck. I
What a
gotta
mean thing
save
to
my
say.
wife.
My wife.
My wife. Give me the protector key. Beobachtung. I don't know what that means.
Why is everything in this game in a different language?
Yay.
I like her little stub feet.
Yeah, they're pretty fun. They're not my favorite, personally speaking, but they are pretty
How
fun.
come this one doesn't have stub feet? You have stub feet, but she's got like, I guess her legs just different color. Actually, I think they do. Yeah,
they
do
are
in the
also
stubs.
they are also stub feet, but they are stronger. I assume this is like a more of a combat unit or something. Oh, this is probably a protector, whereas
Oh,
I'm
that
a
makes sense.
repair unit. That makes sense.
Okay, I'm gonna
Do you-
repair this
do
lost
you-
facility.
Yeah, I will repair it all. Do you perhaps have 2 wives? Oh, wouldn't that be awesome? I hope so.
I'm gonna repair it all like my marriage. Turns out she's just the most divorced robot possible. I need to repair my marriage.
God, it really is Silent Hill.
My wife.
Are we allowed 2 wives? What, with the ration programs at all? I don't know if we need to eat. Maybe Gestalts need to eat. I think Gestalts are probably more organic than we are. Oh, hello.
The rations.
Oh yeah, they're rationing on this station.
Okay. It's very funny thing to say. Are we allowed 2 wives with the rations?
It's a funny sentence.
There's a war
Beobachtung-
going on, you know?
Yeah, there is.
Oh, okay.
Beobachtung
never mind.
means observation, by the way. Thank you. This implies we're eating the wife. No! It implies that you would then need more food, you know?
That's true.
A
No
dead...
polycules allowed on the space station.
It's fucked up. But they're gonna have to eat anyway. Like, it's not like they're not here if they're not in a relationship with you. Gee, Signalis, how come the developer lets you have 2 wives? Where's my wife? Also, ow. I think examining the keyboard.
here's
Oh, right,
the-
okay.
the reason they discourage polycules isn't because, like, they won't need to feed them anyway, but because you'll use up more energy from double kissing.
Oh, that's what it is. That makes so much sense. Oh, Jody, fun fact that I was told about the redacted stuff in this game is
yeah.
that it actually just uses a different font that is all rectangles,
Oh, cool.
which means that you can take the text and put it in a normal font and then still read it.
Oh, so you can actually translate it into something that is readable.
Yeah,
Oh, that's cool, actually.
I like that.
Can you put it in the Half-Life 2 HUD font?
I guess you could.
This bitch speaking sunsticks for real.
This room is fucked. Book. Use.
Let's find out what secrets they're hiding. Ah, I see. The gravity gun.
By the way, the 04551 thing fucks me up because I used to work for a fast food chain. And our store was listed 0451 in the national database. Yo! It was
That's
you! You
cool.
were the immersive Sam. Congrats!
Do you feel immersed in that job?
Sometimes it's also just legit partially revealed, like it's not scribbled out super well on the key card. Oh, maybe I should try reading it again then. This book was edited in an anniversary update. Oh, fun. Replica, noun. P1, I don't know what that means. Replica, skitage. Replica, shortened from archaic. This is just an actual dictionary, okay. Oh, I get pet.
Replicant.
Oh, PL for plural, that makes more sense. I thought it was like player 1.
Player 1? Only player 1 is the replica.
You would imagine player 2 to be the replica. A copy. Biomechanical person. Synthetic reproduction of a gestalt. Okay. So first you have the gestalt, and they make a replica of the gestalt. Oh, so the replica the gestalt we're looking for is our gestalt that we're based on, probably.
I guess
then.
that's why she looks like you a bit.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
So
but
where's our wife?
Okay, but what is the benefit of making biomechanical people that look like people or exist?
Well,
Like, why would they have to look like you?
Probably just because it's easier than making an entirely new artificial person from scratch, you know?
Perhaps, but you don't like. I guess if you really cared about aesthetics, sure. But I feel like you'd only.
No. It's like, if you are going to be creating a person, it's obviously much easier to have a blueprint for it than to have to do make up an entirely new person, you know?
No,
and they're mass produced anyway, so oh shit.
Yeah, I fully understand that. But if you're mass producing basically clones, why wouldn't you just choose one to mass produce rather than individually like customizing it to each person?
I mean, they probably have like specific traits or something that you want.
I guess so. I'm going to vex for Dell's answering narcissism.
That's funny, actually. Got your mother
in a world.
She's not owl.
She's not owl.
She's not owl. She's fine. Biological culture grafted onto an artificial endoskeleton and enclosed in a protective exoskeleton. Gestalt. Noun, plural gestalt. Shortened from archaic Urgestalt, original shape, compare, archetype, prototype. A person that is not a replica. Okay.
What the
So
fuck?
this is a okay. So in this society, the word human has become like,
Gestalt.
yeah, like the word human has just it would be too confusing to use that because I assume to a degree I assume then replicas are, you know, treated as humans. So calling humans still humans would be confusing. Today, call them gestalts.
This is such a fucking circular definition though. Like, oh, what's a gestalt? Oh, someone who's in a replica. What's a replica? A copy of a gestalt. What's a gestalt? Oh, it's someone who's not a replica. Okay, what's a replica? Someone who is a copy
Well,
of a
no,
gestalt.
no,
It's
it makes sense.
I don't. I think that's a very bad definition of anything.
I don't.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I don't think that.
Say you ripped this dictionary in half and you didn't know what a replica is. The thing of the gestalt would be useless. This is not a good definition.
Okay. In that sense, I thought like the going in circles thing. That doesn't make sense. But yeah, I do feel like gestalt could use a little bit more description. Like you could just put there and like, you know, like in ages past they were called humans, but the term has like fallen out of service. That would be, you know, good enough.
Yeah.
We'll once we're done with this room, we'll take a break.
Take the E break.
Also, I see there's a mirror up there. I wonder if that's going to do anything scary with that. An aperture card microfilm viewer. If I had an aperture card, I could view its contents here.
I love Portal.
I know, right? A simple first aid kit. I can't use any of these since they're not designed for replicas. What is that? Interact with that thing.
I guess you can't.
Damn it.
Well, no. If you found an isolated page of a normal dictionary, you would have the definitions of what was on that page. If you found an isolated page of this dictionary, you'd be told to refer to something, another page you don't have.
Yeah, it's true. If you had only the Yeah, even if you had only the replica page, you would have more, but it would still be like, well, it's based on a gestalt, and you'd be like, what's a gestalt? So I get it. It is a bit odd, but I don't think it's that bad of a thing. Like, you know, removed from this context.
Battery!
Oh no! Ow! Look, gang, there's a map.
It's beautiful.
Cool, actually. That's good to have.
This
Wait, I wasn't
having
talking.
just. Oh, sorry.
Like, taken out of this context, it would indeed be kind of weird to find those pages, but I don't mind it here. It feels immersive enough the way that it's written and everything, so I'm okay with it. Okay, I'm done. Find pages, you say?
I was gonna say, having just played Alien Isolation, this is ridiculously close to what I was just experiencing.
Yeah, I thought it was funny that you were playing that game today when I was gonna play this game today.
Hey, hang on, go back up the room a sec. Okay, I thought that body had moved downwards. I was like, wait, what? I didn't realize there's two bodies in here.
That'd be a fun, scary thing to do. What's the car battery sound clip from? It is from Victoria's Owl.
A show you have definitely seen?
For sure. It's definitely not just because it was a meme for a bit, and I thought it was really funny to make that one of the damaging redeems on my channel.
Why didn't you just drop a car battery on your head?
Ow. Car battery! The original meaning has been lost to time, just like Reploids and Mavericks. Yeah! Getting them. I love the gradual Mega Man thing about like across thousands of years, humans and Reploids just became interchangeable entirely. Reploids were built with specific limitations so they would be closer to humans, and humans at a young age would, or like almost immediately would get like cybernetic implants to bring them closer to Reploids. I think that's so cool.
As someone who spent most of our education studying English, the gradual changing of a language over time scares me, and I will back away from it like a cornered animal.
Aw darn.
I know, go do your E.
Are you the person that sent me that ask saying that a hate mail on Tumblr saying that Caucasian doesn't mean white and then called me a slur?
No, I didn't know that was a thing. When did this happen?
I don't know, last week or something.
No, you didn't tell me about this.
Okay, I didn't even use the word, so it's really funny. Like I just got that apropos of nothing.
Caucasian doesn't mean white person, you blank.
It was really dumb.
Yes, it was me. I sent that. I'm still
See,
angry.
I fucking knew it. I fucking knew Jody would do it. I always knew you would. Anyway, we are now going to take a 20 or so minute break. We'll play some nice music, and I will do my ester gel. And after that, we will continue. I'm so excited. The vibes are so good, and I'm like, ooh, the world, the story. I'm so intrigued, you know.
This is making me want to play it myself.
Oh, nice. So during this time, if you guys have any medicine you have to take, please remember to do so. Remember to stay hydrated, get some snackies, stretch your leggies, and I will see you guys in 20-ish minutes or so. See you guys soon. Bye-bye.
Fine lines. I've been watching every day inside. We are searching it somewhere, and it draws me in. Yeah, it draws me. Oh, it draws me back to. We are searching for something tonight. We are searching it somewhere. We are searching for something tonight. We are searching it somewhere. I can feel the people spinning. They're hanging on an airplane wing. 60 miles high, unprepared flight. Well, break your leg and soothe your slides, 'cause you will land on soaking quicksand. Be aware that the versions you try are not alike. No. Take part in the big play. No cards on the table. Watch your steps for the wrecks that you build up in a row you're not. Or start like a new day. Speak thoughts out loud. And don't whisper your wishes, but scream your own written scene. Yes, we all got cold feet, and we want it to die. But instead we hold back in tableau vivant. But it's all that we ask for, the reflecting minds, until we've lost it inside ourselves, wondering how it shows how it shows Take part in the big play. No cards on the table. Watch your steps for the wrecks that you build up in a row you're not. Or start like a new day. Speak thoughts out loud. And don't whisper your wishes, but scream your own written scene. Hey, I'm senseless, but will I be open about it? Speak out loud or hiding the hurt? I thought it was okay. It's easy to play the part that you've written so well. When a haven becomes a raven's nest. When a haven becomes a raven's
Oh, I got some new fruit juice and it's really good.
How far am I running? How many steps to take until this day is over? I'm stretched out in and over. Keep on counting again, again, again. 6 hours. Was I sleeping or lay awake in this dream? It all feels the same. 6 hours until you're leaving, and it keeps coming back. A distant dream, drifting further. Your wishes seem somewhat chosen, 'cause you're lost in the numbers. How we feeling today? What price to pay to keep up with the numbers? Working from 9 to 5, trying to sleep at night, lost in the numbers. Your habits to fit in the frame, wearing a filter to keep up. You're lost in the numbers, but it's just numbers.
Or it's more. You don't settle for less. For every fail or follower that you track back on the web. And everybody is watching, but don't miss a beat. You better keep moving before they starting to see through you.
Keeping all options open, selling you smiling in auction. To get high on lies, but running low in comfort. And you're left being lonely, watching yourself on the TV screen. Spending all your time succeeding, but no one to share your dream with. 'Cause it doesn't mean anything until it becomes something. No, it doesn't mean anything until it becomes. 'Cause you're lost in the numbers. How we feeling today? What price to pay to keep up with the numbers? pushed each other in, watching you closely like a Wes Anderson movie, swimming in symmetry. Makes me wanna hear your heart beating. Makes me blind to see, though I follow. Take me where my mind goes when I follow fireflies. Show me how the lights glow in your eyes and mine. And leave me there with eyes closed, and I'll get you in my dreams again. Ain't learned to let it go, the flame of desire. Take me where my mind goes when I follow fireflies. Show me how the lights glow in your eyes and mine. And leave me there with eyes closed, and I'll get you in my dreams again. Ain't learned to let it go, the flame of desire.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
Gauntlet, Quen, and Dynavlop. Yeah, that sounds.
I'm dying of lop.
Fuck, ow. Shit.
I'm the best lop, I feel.
Ow. Actually, the best lop is Dusty.
Fuck Dusty.
How dare you! Dusty is Queen of Fennec's best friend and also my former pet, who I loved very dearly. How dare you say that?
Okay, well, I love your former pet. I don't care too much about Queen of Fennec's best friend.
What? That's so rude.
Okay, but
He sits on her
apparently we're-
head and makes smiles or frowns.
Okay, but apparently we're competing for the best lop, so I have to, I have to stand up for myself. somewhat.
Okay, Jody, I'm fucking sorry. You think this is a competition? Okay. I'm sorry, bud. I'm just joking.
No, it's fine. Sometimes we've got to make funny jokes. Here, how about this? Fucking wench.
Fair enough. Ow, fair enough. I deserve that. How could you say that, Jody? Dusty is like 1/6 of Fennec Queen's height.
Short.
It's very short. Regular bunny size, though. And congrats on winning the jumping game. Oh, just a moment, actually.
Why is Dusty regular bunny height when Queen of Fennec is not regular Fennec height?
It's because Queen of Fennec is a Mobian, whereas Dusty is just a normal rabbit.
It's fucked up.
That's how it works. That's how Sonic works.
Why do some creatures get to wear shoes and others don't? It's fucked up.
I mean, it all seems to be choice, you know? Sonic only wears shoes and gloves, doesn't wear a shirt or nothing.
Yeah, well,
But other characters wear other clothes and stuff.
Sonic's kind of a freak, it is.
A little. Anyway, let me do little bumps on the socials.
I think Sonic doesn't wear clothes because if he did, then they would just blow off in the wind anyway.
That's
Like
true.
he runs so fast,
It would just they would be shred apart. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right. That is what would happen.
Sonic can grow a pussy out, gonna look so cool.
So real.
He spent a lot of money on that top surgery. He's putting all of it to good use.
All right. So, hello everyone. If you're just joining us. Also, there was a sippy at some point. I'm not sure why. 2 minutes ago. Okay, I'll do it now. I bought some very nice new multi-fruit juice today. It is good.
1 second. Sorry, I'll be right back.
Goodbye. So yeah, the fruit juice is good. If you're just joining us, hello. Just pouring myself a new glass. I've begun to play Signalis today. It is my first time, so make sure not to spoil anything or backseat or whatever. But I'm liking it a lot so far. I'm very interested in the lore. I'm very confused by things. I feel like we're still sort of finding the gameplay, but so far the world and story and stuff are able to keep my attention, even if the gameplay isn't too interesting just yet. What kind of fruit juice is it? It is. Oh, it's also a vegetable. It's fruit and vegetable juice. It's got orange juice, citrus, citron. Is citrus just a fruit by itself, or is it? And carrot. Citron is a fruit. Citron. Okay. Well, that's in there.
I've returned.
Welcome back.
Yes, there's food.
I'm so happy that you have food. Is it a succulent Chinese meal?
It is not. No, it's fish
Oh.
and chips.
Okay. Wow. Look at you.
Look
Enforcing
at me.
You're enforcing stereotypes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I wasn't. Okay, I lied. It's actually sausage and chips. I don't
Oh,
like
so
fish
glad.
and
Okay,
chips.
good. I'm so glad. Citrus are like big lemons. Yes. All right. Okay. Cool. Well, that's what it is. It's orange. It's citrus, and it is carrots, and it's good. There's a corpse here. Okay, so we
That's
went into
fucked
this
up.
room. And we didn't really get anything. Okay, so we need to get an aperture card from somewhere.
I don't think
This-
there should be corpses.
Well, we're not a cleanup robot, so that's not for us to do.
Not a cleanup robot.
Okay, we got a protector key so we can go in here.
It is not for us to wonder where.
Look at the little fan with the little string on it. That's fun.
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah,
I love
You
this
know.
no fans of strings on them.
a little bit of humanity in here. That's nice.
Find a spark of life among the stuff.
Yo, it's a gun!
Yo, hell yeah, hell yeah, hell
Let's
yeah. This
go,
is a real
let's
video
go.
game now.
But that also means that from now on there's gonna be threats, you know?
Type 75, so that's a
Aperture card?
Chinese gun.
Okay. Type
I don't
75
feel safe.
pistol. I feel both more and less safe now that we have a gun. You
That's
know?
true. Because if there's a gun, that means there's something to use on.
Exactly.
Let's
Type
check.
75
Okay.
pistol user manual. Because that's the thing I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for I'm waiting for the trigger that's in a room somewhere where I'm in a hallway, I go in a room, I do something in the room, and that's what like marks the change. So once I leave that room, there will be threats, you know?
Where is
I'm,
the inciting incident?
I'm waiting for it. Why would you have to shoot anything? Life is beautiful. You're so right. I think we'll do a pacifist run. So use manual. The Type 75 pistol is a short recoil operated locked breech semi-automatic pistol chambered in 10 by 20 millimeter. It is this reliable, versatile handgun is the standard issue sidearm for Aeon Protector controller staff. Yeah. Replica users, remember to first equip the Type 75 pistol in the inventory screen to designate the pistol as your primary weapon for the targeting module. To deploy the weapon, hold LT to disengage the safety and enter targeting mode. So LT is okay. While in targeting mode, R2 and A will both fire the weapon. RB will initiate a reload. Remember, do not waste ammunition, for it is a resource of the nation. Okay, so we've got the Empire and the nation, okay? When a target is down, try to finish it off by kicking or hitting it with a baton to preserve ammunition. Alright.
Can't tell if it looks more like a 1911 or Browning high power. I think it's more 1911 maybe.
Oh, cable. Oh, more text. Memorandum terminology. I announce the following by order of Aeon. Due to recent events, in accordance with the new Aeon Public Interest Media Regulation, AGM A7, so is Aeon also the nation? Or is Aeon the leading
It's
leaders
a high
of?
power, fair enough.
Oh, you're responding to chat. Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I like working out what guns are.
Yeah, you're artistic about guns. I know. It's all right.
Hey, you don't need to announce like that.
I'm sorry. Sorry. I didn't think you would mind because I don't
I'm
think it's a
joking,
bad
I'm
thing.
joking.
Okay. All right. Okay.
No, me neither. I'm joking.
Okay. Do you think the inventory is diegetic? Do you think Elster ever talks about the inventory screen to her wife, and she's just like, "What?" I don't know. Well, I don't know if the inventory itself is diegetic, but we know that the amount of things carried are diegetic. Wait, that's actually interesting. If Elster isn't from here, then why would she still adhere to a poster saying that you should only ever carry 6 things on you that is from here?
Oh, she's a robot. She's got to obey the poster.
I suppose perhaps that is the case.
Gotta obey all local laws. That's one of her parameters.
Okay, so maybe it's hard-coded into her. Maybe. The gun manual mentions the inventory screen. It does, but they're also mentioning buttons, so I think we can disregard that as just for the player's convenience, you know?
In order to do anything, she has to press the Xbox 360 buttons on her chest.
Okay, due to recent events, in accordance with the new Aeon Public Interest Media Regulation AGM 87, the term, which is currently in use in various Aeon facilities, is no longer permissible and must no longer be used. Premises and departments that are currently using the term are to be immediately renamed. What term could it be? Could it be human? Probably not, doesn't look like human.
I think the term is a dumbass department.
You're right. Management personnel shall. I mean, I guess it's a slur. The term is a slur, probably.
Oh no, they just passed gay marriage. You gotta rename all our slur departments.
Damn it. Elster is actually a tiny version of herself controlling the mecha body using button inputs. Oh, that's gonna affect the rating. Ow.
0.
There was a blocked out term on the document you read on the way in and another on the key card to the gun room. It's true. Maybe I'll look at the key card in a moment.
The big mech version gets a 0, but the tiny version gets a different rating.
Well, yeah, of course.
Because it's still a robot.
Yeah. Key card disappears. Ah, fuck. Damn it. Anyway. Management personnel shall black out the term from all signage and documents until replacement terminology is announced by Aeon. With immediate effect, usage of the term in conversation and correspondence is an offense. Obscenity to the state. Okay.
I'm getting some deep fascist vibes from this thing.
Yeah, I feel like both sides are fascists.
Oh no, there's no choice. There's all fascists all the way down.
To be punished with 2 cycles of double work shift. It may not be easy, but we all have to do our part here. Always remember, our language shapes our world. A perfect world requires a perfect language.
Oh, that's the most fascist thing I've read in my life.
Oh, fucking yikes, dude. Oh, no. That is a weird fucking sentence. So what about this?
Stethoscope? Oh, no, it's a plug.
Can't use it. Can I go back? The terminal is locked. It requires a password. Okay. Oh, yikes, homeskis. This shit's going bad. I can see an empty classroom on the other side of the window. The glass seems like it's tinted or a one-way mirror. I learned about these thanks to the Efteling.
I want to play a game like this, and then at the end make a tier list of the most fascist things I've ever heard in my life. Oh yeah, this one's high up. That's an A tier fascist sentence.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's where it came from. Oh right, we should like equip this.
Password.
Oh, okay, that's where the gun goes. Okay, maybe the password is password.
That's quite a sick 3D gun model.
Can we actually? Oh yeah, we can. Haha, look, it's like we're wait. This is good enough. It's like we're holding it and shooting it.
It's
Maybe
cool.
it is 40451 actually. Wait, can I look at something on this? Text on the film is much too small to read. Oh wait, it's an aperture card, so we go to that other place. Okay, so... Ooh. Alright,
Look at
okay.
you. You're ready.
Looks a little like he's...
I don't think people who say a slur should be jailed. I just think they should stop making YouTube videos.
It's a start, at least. Alright, time for one of these robots to get up from the ground. Yep, there we go.
Damn, that was easy. Why didn't you do that like the 90 other times you walked past her?
Kill. Because I didn't have a gun yet, silly. Hey man, are you gonna get up? No? Okay. Oh, hello.
Oh,
A person.
a woman?
A woman? Are you the one we're looking for? It's a gestalt. Can you believe the depths of this game? I've never played Dead Space. Yeah, sure.
That's pretty single.
I've never.
I just shot something to death out there. Are you single?
Yeah. We look like we both have experienced murdering. I can't believe they never played Dead Space. I've never played Dead Space.
Looks like we both have experienced murdering. Is the pickup line I used on Maven?
And it worked.
Yes, damn right.
Very nice. Oh, hello. Hi. You seem amicable. You don't belong here either, do you? Isa Ito. You should be careful. There's something wrong with this place. I don't know what happened, but it's probably dangerous to go any further.
And go wait till we can like charge our pings. Ito.
Shut up. That's okay. I understand. Do people think the games you make are inspired by Dead Space though? Okay, well, Dead Space is inspired by other games, so... You know... Like, I understand that, you know, when you play this, you might be like, wow, I see similarities to Dead Space. But when I look at Dead Space, I like, wow, I'm being reminded of, like, Resident Evil and Silent Hill and, Alien and fucking, like, I don't know, Cronenberg type shit, you know? It's all inspired by other things. So
Okay.
if you hadn't told me that they didn't play Dead Space, I'd be like, oh, maybe they play Dead Space. But if you tell me they didn't play Dead Space, I go, oh, all right. You know?
A quick oddity just said, people have described Signalis as Dead Space by Silent Hill plus Resident Evil. Oh, so you mean it's a horror game then?
Yeah.
It's just a traditional horror game?
It's just a horror game. Not every, like, it's fine. I'm not surprised that they didn't play Dead Space, because Dead Space is also just a combination of other things.
It's a horror game.
You know? And honestly, other than it's set in space, this is not really giving me specific Dead Space vibes. Like, I'm getting more Silent Hill and Alien vibes from this.
This is like the Undertale of Dark Souls.
Can you leave? Every space horror game is inspired by Doom, and Doom was inspired by Alien. That's so true. Actually, Doom was inspired by metal album art, but you know. That's okay, I understand. I have something I need to do too. Take care. I hope you find who you're looking for. Hey, you kind of look like that person. Can we talk? Can we talk? Can we talk? Can you not leave? Good job killing this robot though. Nice.
Ow! It's all Pong if you go back far enough. That's true, this is just a very complicated game of Pong.
Actually, the first video game was like tennis or something. And it was made on a ship radar. Wait, wrong.
Really all, any game that has like a story of like you opposing anything else, it's just tennis.
Yeah.
It's all tennis.
Tennis
All
for
the
two,
way
that's
down,
what it is.
baby.
That's not true, actually. I've played Dead Space, but only like half an hour.
I've not played Dead Space.
I was a baby, and I was like, it's too scary. I don't want it.
Why?
Actually, that's not how I went. I was more like, it's too scary. I don't want it.
Why?
Why?
He says node, Erica, if you find this node, despite everything that's happened, I've come to look for you. So we're both looking for someone here.
This game is just full of lesbians.
I guess so.
Is every character in this game a lesbian?
Yeah. I mean, every character that we know of so far has been a woman. Maybe this is just a woman-only universe, which is ideal.
That is like,
So
that's why they need to make replicas, because they can't reproduce, so they just keep making more women.
So, we are a replica that has come to look for a gestalt. We just met a gestalt that's come to look for a replica.
Yeah, you put
So-
two and two together in your mind here.
Well, I mean, I'm theorizing, right? So, and we know that replicas are all based on the same gestalt. Well, at least all replicas of one specific model type. But that gestalt sure did look like our gestalt.
It really did, didn't
Really
it?
did, right? Like, I can find a different replica that looks like us and go like, oh, we're the same model. But isn't the point of the gestalts is that they aren't mass-produced? You know?
I feel like we should have like stopped her from leaving instantly.
Yeah, me too. We should have like asked, like, hey, are you this other person? Are you,
Hey, can
are
you
you
look
Alina
at this photo for
Seo?
a second?
yeah, right? But oh well, I guess we didn't.
You hold up the phone and she's like, "Oh, what a pretty mirror," and you're like, "Wrong."
Wrong, kisses you. You
Get
are
in
my
the sack,
wife.
You're going home.
Anyway, it's just like, because the whole opening sequence was trippy as fuck and probably a dream or a hallucination or something. And it's like, who am I? And then like we woke up here, or well, we didn't wake up. We as the player just started with our character looking at herself in the mirror. So I'm like, how do I know that this isn't still that? Well, how do I know that this isn't all still fake and stuff? You know? How do I know that the gestalt we just encountered isn't actually our wife and we just like don't recognize each other for some reason? I don't know. You know?
This is actually all a dream that you, Zoe Gon McQueen, are having in real life.
That's true.
You're not actually streaming right now. You're fast asleep in your bed.
I know. Yeah, that's my whole life. You're just a figment of my imagination. I hope you're okay with that.
Can you have like more interesting dreams? Why did you dream up capitalism? What a fucked up thing to do.
Man, life is a nightmare. Replica, has ever seen Alina Seo? Are you my wife? You look a lot like my wife. Like, or are we looking for a wife? Because we're looking for a gestalt that looks like us. So aren't we just looking for our mom? Because isn't the one that was in the trip flashback our wife? I don't know. I'm very
Maybe
confused.
have multiple wives.
Maybe, who knows? I mean, that's the ideal, right? That's what we talked about earlier. The friend who gave me this game is napping on the couch right now. Wow, tell them that I'm confused and I like it.
Maybe
Well,
maybe
let him
everyone
nap.
is your wife actually. Maybe
That's
it's
a
just a
dream.
universal polycule.
That's a beautiful thought.
A fascist universal polycule.
That's not beautiful anymore. Anyway, we're looking at this now.
oh cool.
The Mond and Tuchter high security wall safe numeric. Okay, right. So now we're gonna get the code for the thing. This wall safe complies with use in public safety equipment regulations 4.1 and 4.3 and features a high-density Kraftstahl door secured with a numeric keypad, proudly produced on Heimat by VEB, Mond and Tuchter Tresor Technic. Instruction for use. Enter the code using keypad, press the confirm button in the lower right corner. If correct, it green light will light up. Rotate the dial on the left to open the door. To clear any previous... Okay. Enter the factory default code. Okay, so we have to write this down. Jody, can you write down 204512?
Oh, just give me 1 second. Let me pull up Discord. 204.
Hey, wait, look, it is 0451.
It's 0451.
It is
It's just
there.
got two symbols in between. I knew it. I fucking knew it.
That is so cute. I love that.
Okay, I've written it down.
Thank you. While the door is open, enter the desired code. New code in the keypad. Press and hold to confirm the key. Blah, blah, we don't need that part. Alright, time to walk out and not have to fight anyone.
I told you, it's always the fucking code.
You did.
Benno never steals my bank card, I'm screwed.
Well, because that's your code.
No, it's not. I would never make my code. That's the first thing I would try if I
No.
stole a bank code. If I stole a bank card, that's the first thing I'd try. So of course I didn't make it my bank card.
If I were to do that and I would try it and I would work, I would start to worry about the reality of the universe. It's like, do I live in an immersive scene? Am I the protagonist or not? Am I just like some random dipshit?
I believe you can remember this code, Zoe.
Here we go. Yay, I did it!
You did it. I didn't need to write it down afterwards because it turns out it's just 0451 again.
But if I hadn't talked about it so much, then I wouldn't have remembered.
That's true.
Card. Acquire
I'd
card.
just like to state for the record, I do not know anything about this game. I did not know the code was actually 0451.
No, but you were just very adamant that they would put that in as a fun little reference, and you were right. Let's see. Okay, nothing here. Let's get to the classroom. You can skip getting the gun if you have the code memorized, and then you can do a pacifist run. Yay!
I would not want to skip getting the gun.
I
Seems
don't.
like a poor idea.
I think I would prefer to have the gun.
Good news, I always have the code memorized.
Alright, where... The fact that this thing is, like, staticky, I don't like that.
I don't think it's real. I think your robot brain's hallucinating still.
Yeah, I'm thinking that makes me feel like this isn't real, you know?
I mean, what is reality, really? It's only what you perceive, so it's real enough.
That's so true. Okay, how do we get to the classroom? It's not in here. And it wasn't this either. No. Wait, what's that yellow thing? Oops. Maybe it's there. Wait, am I going the right way? Yes. Also, I don't think you'd have to write it down. I think it's in the upper part of your inventory. Oh yeah, that's true. There's a lock there.
I love how she run and walks slightly leaning forward with the gun.
Yeah.
Where'd she go? She has a keycard behind.
Yeah.
No, that's
Oh,
not
repair
good.
patch. Oh, thanks. That's good for healsies. I hope she made it out okay.
Ooh, 10 minutes there. Nice.
Cool. I am now thinking... that the person we met, the other Gestalt,
Yeah.
killed a replica. And I was thinking like, huh, where'd that one come from? I didn't see another replica. But I guess we did.
This game's a 0 out of 10. The Browning high power takes 9mm, not 10mm.
That's possible for... I am fighting robots to save life. Always! That's my life, baby!
You are the robot.
I am the robot. Well, I'm a cyborg. I'm
And then
an
Zoe
AI.
was a robot.
What did you say?
And then Zoe was a robot.
And then Zoe was a robot. That was a different model. She had black legs, not white legs. Oh, okay, good. So then hopefully that one did make it out. Let's go to the classroom. Oh, yay, more hole! Oh, cool.
Pit.
I thought when someone said hole counter 1 in chat when that first hole, they were joking.
There's
Oh,
gonna
this
be so
really
many
is
holes.
Silent Hill. See, that's the
It's
thing.
like
Like
Silent
people
Hill
were like,
4,
"Wow,
the
this is
room."
just like." If people's first thought with this is it's inspired by Dead Space, I'm like, I don't know, bud. Just because it's sci-fi doesn't mean it's not extremely Silent Hill. Silent hole. There's a hole in the ground. It looks like I can drop down safely. Yep, here we go. Oh man, I wonder if we'll get another hallucination bullshit thing.
Wait, this game actually has cutscenes? Nice.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hello.
That looks like hallucination bullshit.
Oh, cool. I like that we get a little glimpse of like this new world that we're in, the new area. Go
See,
into the whole bit from the Forgive Me Father streams. What was that? Go into the whole bit. I don't remember. I'm so sad. I've never played Silent Hill. Is it good? Yeah, it is. Silent Hill, especially 3, I would say. I would personally say that 3 is the best Silent Hill game, as far as I know.
I want to say, before you continue, like, it's like, like, the reading of that being like a hallucination because it's all glitchy is interesting. But I also like the idea that maybe, like, you literally are not programmed to comprehend what you're looking at.
I was thinking,
like,
yeah.
Like your robot brain is trying to reconfigure that into anything else that makes more sense.
Maybe, that might be it. Okay,
I think
so...
that's more interesting, to be honest. Because if this is a fascist universe, it makes sense you'd program your robots to not be able to see things you don't want them to.
That makes sense, yeah. Very interesting. Go there. Go into the hole, I think it's a little bit. Well, that's not a thing from our stream specifically. That's just an existing joke. Go into the darkness.
Go into
the dark. To be unable to trust your own vision, that really is a horror. It is. I mean, that's...
It is.
Not being able to trust your own vision is like a staple of horror. And is especially powerful in games, of course, because that's you. You're not watching a character not being able to trust your own vision. You can't trust your own vision, and I think it's honestly very underutilized in gaming. There is one part. There's one part. Okay.
There's one part.
Okay, Jody, this is... It's something in Guild Wars 2 that we might eventually, like, come across.
Okay.
It's still a very long ways away. Can I
deafen myself?
Okay, yeah, you deafen yourself for a little bit. I'll...
Okay, when I'm allowed to undeafen, please, like, wave your hands wildly on stream.
Yes, okay, good. I will do that. Are you deafened? Okay, so there's a part in Guild Wars 2 where essentially there is an outside influence that is trying to manipulate you by turning you against your allies, right? Or, well, not you specifically, but just, like, everybody like, all the characters. They're, like, trying to sow distrust among the party of main characters. If you are playing this part in multiplayer, then only, like, it will say things that only some of the players will hear. So then one player will go like, whoa, that's fucked up, that line. And then the other players will go like, what are you talking about? Because they literally didn't hear it. Only some of the characters get to hear some of the dialogue. That is so good. I like that so much. And there are like other moments where like there's like visuals that only some of you will see. That is such good use of gaming and like multiplayer as a medium. It's really strong. All right, you can come back now. You can come back, Jody. Jody.
Hello. Yes,
Hi.
I'm back.
Yes, welcome back.
I realized after I said that wave your hands wildly on stream is a really bad sin because you talk with your hands a lot anyway, so a lot of stuff you could do could be classified as waving your hands wildly.
Yeah, I was thinking like, okay, I don't think I have to do it. I think we'll be fine. And also at Dragon Cup Man, enjoy your lurk. Hello.
I returned. I hope you didn't say mean things about me, but I'm done.
Of course not. I said really mean things about you. No, of course not. I wouldn't do that.
Yeah,
Don't worry.
This is the most yippee moment of my life.
I'd agree. Okay, can't interact with this body. Can't go in here. This shit's dark. This shit's dark. This shit's open.
Me when I came out as asexual, you can't interact with this body.
You can interact with it, just, you know, not sexually.
No, do not refer to me.
Okay, fair enough.
Do not interact.
Oh, a note of nothing. Diary. The protectors have been worried lately. They're hiding something. There's less of them. Ration plan keeps changing. Alina, isn't that? Hold on, I'll check the photo in a moment. Says I am imagining at them. I can feel their fear like it's my own. What are they scared of?
Okay, another thing back here. My
Alina,
idea.
yeah, okay, so Alina's the person we're looking for. Sorry, go on.
Okay, nothing back on my idea that you literally cannot see certain things is I don't think these are actually redacted. I think you're just programmed to not be able to read them. Because like if you can replace the font in the files and read them, then I assume it's being done through the character's eyes that is that you're able to read.
I don't know about
those
that
words.
part. I don't know about that because
I think so.
maybe. I mean, I guess maybe because like there was a report about that, that this word was no longer allowed.
Do you not know what the word is if it's redacted?
Yeah, you don't know what the word is on the note telling you that not to use it. Like that doesn't really make sense.
But it would make sense that you would be programmed to not be able to see it.
I think you're being very clever right now.
Thank you.
The report said that the word had been blanked out at a certain point. It was paper. Like, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it was a paper note. You can't update a piece of paper.
I mean, just destroy the paper at that point. Why keep it if you're just going to erase the important piece of information?
Yeah. They put some marker of it. I guess they could have gone back and done that. I don't know.
Why
I think
would you bother?
I think this is there is something to it. With the other one, the note we just found, the diary, that was probably just crumpled. I can imagine that because that wasn't just like completely redacted. That was just kind of messed
That's
up,
fair.
But with other
Okay.
things, I think there could be something like that.
Yeah. You say the keycard had marker for it, but yeah, because keycards are harder to replace than getting rid of a piece of paper that you don't need anymore.
All right, let's see. Scrawled note. Kick them while they're down. Kick them while they're down. Kick them while they're down. Kick them while they're down.
Hell
You
yeah,
got
that's
it.
what I'm saying.
I've been doing that.
Yo, that's a cool uniform up there.
It looks pretty cool.
There's a lot of security cameras in this room.
Yeah, there sure are. Alina's there. Alina! Feeling a little lightheaded today. I hope it's not that new flu that's been going around. I can't afford to miss any more shifts. That storage at the factory was chewing me out, well, for what felt like hours for fainting at work the last time I got a cold. I haven't seen Elster, okay, the last few days. Hope she's okay. More and more people go missing in the mine lately, including replicas. Not even the protectors seem to be safe. So something's coming out of the mine, it seems. They probably dug up some kind of demon bullshit,
It's definitely a curse.
right? And Elster could be referring to us, but could also be referring to a different Elster.
I do also notice that these bunks seem to be more like cages than anything else.
Yeah, yep.
Especially with the abundance of security cameras.
I'm not too surprised given given everything we're finding out about the nation or whatever.
You can want it down.
Service request form F29. Data filing service request form 80 Fuller 21-6 for protector ID of unit filing request star we made a star S2306 replica status card Department of Worker Quarters. That could all be her. Full protector ID of unit processing request ARARS 2305 replica. Service objects Himmel type D automatic security door. Location of object worker block A6 corridor. Description: the lock on the staff door and A6 is jammed again. Requesting a locksmith. Service status: electronics reset key is nowhere to be found. I set up a lock picking kit, but management bumped the elevator engines up in priority, so next shift we'll have to pick the lock. It's just trial and error at this point. Find me if you need a key to open the service batch, or ask management, whatever. Foonf. Foonf, okay. Okay, don't have a key. Okay.
Needs a key.
Need a key.
Need a key.
Need a key.
Locked.
This shit locked.
I love it when fucking protagonists do that, where you go up to everyone like, it's locked.
It's
It's
locked.
locked. Needs a key. It's locked.
Do you think if I stand here long enough, a big thing will come out and kill me?
No.
Oh, well then I guess I'll leave. It's
I
locked.
don't know why that would happen. I mean,
I don't
like,
know. Scary.
I mean, sure, but it's quite specific.
West wing key.
Like, we'd have to want to go stand in that hole for a long time.
Ooh.
Oh.
Okay, so this is that first person thing.
Nice, this is just like mist.
I know, that's what I said. Elevator controls locked. Insert protector identification. Well, we got that. Or we don't got that.
Oh yeah, this is a fascist lift. It's a fascist lift if I've
so-
ever seen one.
Workers' quarters. Hospital A, Hospital B, or Hospital Wing specifically. Wartings. I don't know. And the protector's quarters. Oh, a key. Ah, storage key. Nice.
Nice.
And now, when we make our way back there, there will be monsters. Let's see. Ah, map. Whoa. Vertical map of S23 Serpinski.
Sabinski.
Serpinski. Long orbital service between. Okay. Something is redacted, so that's cool.
Things always being redacted around here.
Man, I can't. I can't wait until we get to the evil experiment aisle.
Yay!
Falcon Traits and all your viewers, hello! Welcome, and thank you so much for the raid. My name is Zoe Gonla Queen. I am an artist of various kinds. And, you know. And I'm a streamer. Hi. This is Jody, my friend.
Hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
I'm Jody. My friend.
Hello. Thank you. You made a game. Ooh. Very cool. What kind of game did you make? Try not to spook Gonla Queen by mentioning how Serpinski triangles are a math thing. No, that's scary. I'm scared now.
I like how Clone failed at the shout out and did an announcement instead. Announcement
Oops.
Falcon Trace.
Mega Man Legends successor. Ooh, I love Mega Man Legends with dynamic music. I like dynamic music a lot. That sounds very cool. Good luck.
Look out, so it's a beast.
Is there?
I didn't think it didn't stand up.
Oh,
Let's talk about the corpse.
right. Ow.
Check those corners. That's right. Sector 6. Stay frosty.
6. Okay.
6 is backwards.
Yes.
But now, because you're walking backwards, up is your 6. No, down is your 6.
6.
Keep checking your 6.
6.
Honestly, kind of the most effective way, to be honest. Just keep spinning.
Yeah.
Then nothing can ever jump you.
All right. Let's see. Whoa.
Oh yeah, there's your problem. You've had the cowboys in here.
Okay, this is fucked up because they were like, it's basically just trial and error, and then I look at all of this. Apparently, this is the only part we have to use. Oh, because this is a lockpick thing. That's interesting. Will we be taking this with us? Maybe.
Function.
Okay, wait. So.
Oh, I see.
Wait. So.
So you know how key works, don't you?
I think so.
Yeah, the middle two need to go down a bit more.
Do they?
I think so.
Wait, no, I remember now. I think? Okay, so hold on.
Okay, the end one needs to come up a bit more.
Right, okay. This is also fucking me up because this does not really feel like it matches the rest of the aesthetic of the game. It feels way more realistic. That's partially
Yeah.
because of all the video filters over it and stuff, but still. It's one of the only puzzles with a randomized solution. That's fun. Oh, okay, almost.
Yeah. Very clever lockpick mechanism.
Yeah, it is.
Okay,
This is a very
I
fun
think-
way of doing it. There we go.
There we go.
I'm good at things.
It's a shame you didn't get to take that with you. That'd been very useful.
Right?
Oh,
Okay, you look extremely out of place.
quick, get the lockpick effects.
Some sort of square-shaped key.
Needs a key.
See, I see stuff like that, and after the opening, I'm just like, damn, this is all a sign that none of this is real, for sure, that's what this is.
Oh, save. It's save.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's a Resident Evil storage box.
Mm-hmm, yeah, it makes sense, because you can only carry 6 things. Well, I'm never gonna store the photo, obviously. If there's one thing I know about games like this, where you get an item at the start of the game, it's that you should always have it with you, otherwise you get locked out of the good ending.
I'm definitely looking forward to getting to the part where it's like, oh, you need to carry these 6 items back through this dangerous area, and you're like, no, no.
No! Yeah, right?
Then you carry the 6 items through, and you get back, and it's like, oh, this box burnt to the ground.
Aww. That'll be so fucked up. The repair patch is actually a flocculent rather than a real medical supplies. What? A flocculent?
What is a flocculent?
I don't know. A sealed single-use adhesive patch containing a coagulation agent to patch up damaged areas. Restores a small amount of health over time. Right? We don't need the gun. That's fine. Oh, look, another one.
You don't need the gun.
Okay, so duty stack. Yes, I do.
I think you might need the gun.
Flugungsmittel. It says it on the model. What does that mean? What is a flocculent?
He doesn't know about the flocculent, chat.
Does that mean it's just like... It's not for replica? Wait, we are a replica. Or maybe nur means only. I don't know. Maybe it means that it's like, because... Only for replica, right? A flocculent Chinese meal? Maybe it means that it's just sort of like some sort of repair fluid rather than, you know, quote unquote medical supplies, because we're biomechanical.
So what if he slapped on a human, then would they just like, is it just like injecting battery acid into their bloodstream?
Probably, yeah.
Ooh, poster.
Hello? Wow, that's cool. That looks pretty hot.
So when she sees fascist propaganda?
No, shut up! Damn it! Ah, fuck. A flocculent is something you add to a solution to make it clump up. It's surprising that it's used in the context because it's like an industrial thing. Well, yeah, but we are an industrial thing. So the vibe is that replicas are treated as industrial machinery instead of people. Yeah.
Yeah, we got that.
I mean, yeah, that is what's happening, I'm pretty sure. Okay, Wunderwaffen unserer Nation.
What
Okay,
is Blood
so...
Wonder waffling about?
So something our nation im Kampf gegen das Reich Folgeeinheiten. I don't know. Wunderwaffe. Thanks.
Thanks for the translation.
Oh, okay. I think Wunderwaffen just isn't like, okay, wonder is something. Super weapons of our nation. Okay, so Wunderwaffen means super weapon. So Waffen means weapon. Oh, yeah, Waffen. I get it. Okay, all right, yeah. Super weapons of our nation in the battle against the Empire. Falk units. So those will probably be like really strong enemies or something.
Fuck units.
Egg. How many eggs? Oh, only, okay, all right. Crystallis, thank you for your egg. There we go.
Why do the super weapons of your nation look like anime girls?
That would actually be very funny if we see a normal human and they don't look like anime.
Yeah, just like perfectly photorealistic face. It's like, hi, I'm John.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay. Keys key, sure. Man, we love picking up keys. And reading documents. Subject, worker S23A6514, Chen Wilhelm. Offense, contraband found in locker. Result, confession. Punishment, no food for 3 cycles. Subject, worker S23A3054, Wong Michela. Offense, illegal use of radio. What? You don't love tunes? What the fuck's wrong with you, dude?
No tunes for you. And the
up.
fascist dystopia.
Result, confession. Punishment, ISO.
Isolation.
Isolation, makes sense. 2 cycles. Subject, worker S23A4952, Wong Wolfgang. Offense, illegal use of radio. What the fuck? Result, expired during interrogation.
They fucking
For
killed
listening
them.
to the radio too much? Actually, it's
Is
probably
it
like
suppressors?
listening to like rebel radio servers or something. But
Confessions, huh? This is actually just a real police report. They didn't have to write this.
So not so much a confession as you beat it out of them, which might just mean that they admitted just so that they said they did it just so it would stop.
Oh wait, they both said this was her husband. So they killed her husband and then fucking put her in isolation for
What the
2
fuck,
cycles.
dude? God. Worker S23A3920, Hugo France. Offense, obscenity to the state. Oh, they used that word. Result, passed out during the interrogation. Punishment, double work shift 2 cycles. So they didn't even...
Obscenity of the state also going on the list of the most fascist things I've ever read.
Yeah, dude. So they didn't even confess or anything. They just passed out and were like, all right, well, punishment. Worker S23A7331, Huang Emily. Offense, trespassing. Result, expired during interrogation. Wow. And that's you, is it? That's the Falkeinheiten that's doing that. Oh, is it? It's an action figure. Aw.
Stick with the prod.
It's a disposable stun rod. 2 of them. Why would they be disposable? Can we get non-disposable, please?
Stick with the prod, Zoe.
Okay.
A non-lethal takedown, so it's the best way to make a takedown.
I'm hoping it is lethal because we're fighting monsters and shit. I'm starting to think these fascists are bad.
Gee, guys, I don't think I like this government.
Electro-impulse devices. Due to recent events, all facility staff members are encouraged to familiarize themselves with the use of electro-impulse devices. We've been supplied with a shipment of EIG2 disposable stun prods for training purposes. Please refer to the enclosed handbook, the enclosed instruction manual for more information. Electro-impulse Gerät EIG2. The EIG2 stun prod is a single use, short range, disposable, non-lethal solution. Non-lethal. Alright. For incapacitating non-cooperative individuals. It can be equipped to the tool slot from the inventory screen. Once equipped, it will be shown in the lower left of the inventory screen. The EIG2 stun prod can be used with one hand while on the move, and even while aiming another weapon. Once equipped, to use this... Oh! Wow! Daya! Yay!
Hi, Daya.
Hi, Daya, and all your viewers. How are y'all doing? Hello, hello, hello. Thanks so much for the raid. To those who don't know me yet, hello. I am Zoe Gauntlet Queen, and I am an artist of various kinds, and a streamer, as you can see, a VTuber or whatever. And I'm playing Signalis for the first time, and I'm liking it a lot. I think it's... I think it's vibes.
Before, sorry.
I was gonna ask Daya, what did you... Actually, I know what you did, because I watched some of it. You were playing Voids of the Void.
Yeah.
Wow. We're all just out here playing sci-fi spooky games, huh? Mm-hmm. Good times. What are you gonna say? Oh, also, everybody go look at Daya.
Go look at the stare at the.
Stare at Daya. I'm hiring all my viewers to stare at you.
but Ghost Lizard referenced Silent Hill 3, saying they look like monsters to you. And it's made me think, if we're going with a theory that you're not seeing like what's actually there because the fascist government's programming you, these replicas obviously have some form of self-determination. So if you want to get them to fight the enemy, what's the easiest way to get them to do that?
Make it look like, you know,
A
monsters.
monster.
Yeah.
Exactly. I think I'm cooking here, Zoe.
But the Gestalt also fights them. So I'm not sure about that. But you might be. The aliens came in and beat me up. Don't they always just do that? They're such funny little dudes.
Funny little guys.
Always eating ants and stuff. Okay. Once equipped, to use a stun prod, simply press LB when facing a nearby enemy. Warning, high voltage electrical discharge may arc to individuals close to the targets. Use with care. Do not deploy on elderly, pregnant, or individuals with known heart disease unless absolutely necessary. Dispose of stun prod properly after use. It's, you know, that's nice at least if they say that.
Yeah.
I'm surprised
I
I would...
pregnant, that means there are men on this universe.
Well, you don't know that.
I guess that's true, right?
Yeah, you don't know.
I'm willing to assume that there's not just a universe full of trans women.
Well, they're not all trans women. If they were all trans women, if they were all trans women, you still wouldn't be able to reproduce.
So you're saying it's a universe full of half cis women, half trans women? That seems plausible.
I think so. Memorandum, it's like those fish, you know?
Oh yeah, clownfish.
Memorandum, wall save codes. It has come to my attention that at least one worker might be aware of the code broadcasting frequencies for the protector wall saves. Any workers connected to this link are to be interrogated until the culprit is found. I'm restricting all radio privileges for workers until further notice. Okay, so it wasn't even that they were contacting rebels or anything. They were just using the radio at all, and they killed them over it. Okay, bullets.
You need that radio for it. Like, how else are you gonna listen to your hot, sick tunes?
Right? Alright, sorry. Alright, let's actually equip it. I wonder if we can upgrade our inventory space at some point, because,
you need to find another poster that says you can carry more items.
Another poster that's like, hey, it's fine actually. It's alright. Okay, so we need another code for that.
Is it not the default again?
I guess we can try if it's see if the same default.
It would be fun if it was.
What was it?
It's 204512.
204
512.
Did I do it right?
No, it's not. I think so, yeah.
205.
No, 451.
204512.
Yeah, no, it's not the default.
Oh well.
Is it 8008? Don't check. It's
No,
obviously not 8008.
It's 80085. Duh.
It's true, there's more than one.
Yeah. Oh, we came from here. Which might be okay. But no, we can go this way.
Trash.
Is that a lot of blood on the floor or a lot of something else, rust or scraping or some
air
shit?
conditionings.
That is actually a weird amount of air conditioning. The way that they're placed. Ah, it's the bathroom, that makes sense. Because you smell so bad.
This
Hello, any monsters stepping out of these?
air as much as they're conditioning the people.
Oh yeah, more Heelys. So I was locked. Is someone inside?
Excuse me, I'm using this bathroom. Please leave me alone.
Why is it locked? That was strange.
I need a key.
Okay, cool lighting. I feel like I'm in the club.
This is the club room.
More ammo.
Nice.
Also should have been in the club. So true.
Bottle full of.
Oh, hey. Oh.
Oh, we remember we saw this.
Well, yeah, but I'm more interested in the whatever the fuck
is that?
What the hell is that pulsating mass?
It's the flesh blob. You know the flesh blob, don't you?
I hate the flesh blob.
It's that buddy flesh blob. Hey, flesh blob, we love you.
Oh. Oh, we're good.
You're good.
You know, the pulsating mass. It's there. Whoa, another raid, wow! Cool,
So many
blimey!
raids today.
If it ain't my friend Pikucello who just did a stream of her own. Hello? Hello?
Zoe, why are you doing this to me?
It's because that's the raid message.
I mean,
Sorry. Anyway, hi, Piku! And all your viewers, hello, hello.
Hello.
I am Zoe Gunla Queen. I'm an artist of various types, and I'm a streamer, as you can see. I'm playing SIGNALIS for the first time. And Piku, as you know, if you want to come in and co-host a little bit, you're so welcome to come in. You know? Maar ik moet wel even Nederlands praten. Dus als je dat niet begrijpt, dan begrijp ik het. En dat is heel onhandig voor jou natuurlijk. Maar, you know, het moet maar even zo. Ik vind de game in ieder geval tot zover heel leuk. You know, de esthetisch is het heel mooi. En het verhaal is super interessant en zo. De gameplay is alright. Tot zover, it's okay. Het is, het doet wat het moet doen, weet je wel. Maar eigenlijk het verhaal en zo, daar ben ik eigenlijk, oh, I love it. I think it's very, very cool and interesting. I gotta run out to pick up cat food, but if you're still going when I get back, I'll hop in. Ooh, I hope so, but I don't know. I don't think I'll be going for much longer now. But in any case, thanks so much for the raid, and hopefully you can join me next time when I play the game then. Okay.
hi everyone.
What did you say?
We just should check out this meat blob raiders.
Yeah, there's a meat blob here for some reason. I don't.
Check out the meat blob. We all love the meat blob.
It's
So
weird.
Stick your gun in the meat blob.
It's breathing? It's weird. Oh, did you see that glitch?
I did, yeah.
What is up
There's
with
no
that
way
game?
that's actually there.
No. Either all of this is some sort of hallucination, or, like you're saying, our vision as a replica is just being
Our vision
altered.
is augmented.
Uh-huh. The meat blob
just like
should have been in the
this.
club. Oh, an egg.
I don't think the meat blob should be in it. I don't think the meat blob should exist.
I think if the meat blob had a better life, it would be okay.
I don't think it had a life.
No, that's what I'm saying. It had a better one. Squid Liminal and Monumentus Island. Thank you both. Monument Island. Monument Tisland? I don't know. Thank you guys for the egg. Eggs plural.
Obviously, that meat blob was born from the curse of the mines, and it should not exist. Take the shot, Zoe.
Well, I'm seeing if I can sneak up on it.
Check those corners.
How do I? What the fuck was that? Oh, that was the thing. Okay.
Nice.
These things are so fucking weird. Why are they glitching? Where's there a 14 written on this thing? What the fuck's going on in this game?
14.
Give me the motherfucking Mensa key. How do I have inventory space for that? Because I used a different key.
Oh.
I know everything.
Oh look, there's a poster at the back. Maybe that one's like, hey, you can carry 7 items if you really want.
Oh, I hope so.
X.
X.
What the fuck is a Mensa?
Not for only for kitchen personnel. Okay. Mensa X is only for kitchen personnel. I don't know what a Mensa is.
Black Mensa. My favorite food from Half-Life.
Yeah. Damn, yeah, that looks like propaganda poster, huh? Also, like us. Wow! What's up with that?
You're right though, it is kind of hot.
That's what I'm saying, right? Like, Euler. Simple universal light replica, Yuli. Okay. So is that us? No, we're Elster. Stop glitching, you fucking weird.
I'm not immune to the propaganda of a hot woman.
No, me neither. I'm sorry. Listen, woman hot, you know? I'll get in the army if you show me some babes.
Okay, I'm not that quite that susceptible to propaganda.
No, but I'll look at the babes. Pronounced kind of like oila. Oil. Okay, I can see it. Yeah, all right.
You know, I'm not a big fan of this fascist government, but at least they're producing the babes.
Yeah, right. I don't like the government. We can keep the babes though.
Keep the babes.
German for owl. Oh, L. I get it. Okay. Data filing service request form 80 floor 21 3 full protector ID of the unit. Oh, we need one of those. Of unit filing request L. Replica.
L?
L. I'm just saying the Dutch word for L. LS2303 replica. Status staff. Department kitchen staff worker quarters. Object LRKM7 spatial navigation module. Note, my mapping module is still defective and won't show any map data. I keep getting lost on my way to work and back. I had to sleep in a hallway last cycle because I couldn't find the staff elevator to get back to my dorm. Please, I can't find my way around this place without a map. Mares. Damn. Get this girl a map, please.
Good thing you got a map.
Yeah, right? Yeah, we got a map.
It's just checking just in case the map had vanished.
Yeah, I don't fucking trust this game.
Welcome to the men's. Oh, it sucks. Oh, it's a mess hall.
Oh, you're tall.
Oh,
You're those tall ones.
how much ammo do you have?
20.
Okay.
So far, it hasn't seemed particularly possible to sneak by things.
I mean, yes, these ladies are tall, but I don't find them particularly attractive.
No, but imagine if they weren't corrupted.
Oh,
Imagine it, Jody.
maybe it is you who is corrupted. Take
Perhaps.
the shot.
I mean, that would be a pretty standard, but still fairly effective horror twist. They have sticks. Yeah, I'm never gonna be able to sneak by him.
Remember, though, sticks and stones may break your bones. Ow. Oh, okay, then actually quite easy to take down.
Ow.
Oh, fuck.
Fuck.
Never mind. No, they're not easy to take down. I lied.
Why did the other one go down in 3 shots? What the hell?
Oh no, random damage. I hate you.
Ah, fuck. I hate inconsistency. Whee!
Me too.
Wow! Alright, how's my health doing though? It's doing yellow.
Huh.
How much do these...
Many arguments.
Okay, small amount of health over time. I think I'll use one here then. Because I assume that they'll just get me back from one color to another. Well, that sound effect was just like in Among Us.
It really was.
It was.
But no, I've had many arguments with Sven about how I don't think most video games should have RNG in them. Sven disagrees, but I feel like most outcomes should be replicatable in video games.
Completely depends on the situation, I think, but
Oh,
when
no, definitely.
when it comes to things like when it comes to health of enemies in a game with limited resources for your attacks, I would prefer it to be consistent.
Me too, but Sven disagrees. He thinks it's what makes games interesting.
Wah. Do you know how the damage... Do you want to know how the damage actually works? My guess, because I noticed that earlier, when I was focusing on an enemy, my reticle kept getting smaller. So I'm assuming that the smaller the reticle, the more accurate my shot is, and therefore the more damage I'll do. And the reason why this one died before this one, or with less shots, is because I'd already been aiming at this one for a while. That's my guess, at least.
It does seem plausible.
And I'm very smart and cool and studied game design, so... And therefore... I am correct.
You designed this game?
Oh, you can push.
You're very smart and cool, actually. Yeah,
Yeah.
you did it. You know how the damage system works. To be fair, it's fairly self-explanatory.
A little, but I mean, you do gotta notice it.
Yeah, I guess.
You do gotta stand there and just aim at an enemy for a while and then be like, oh, the reticle gets on. Oh god, I hate these kind of fucking urinals. I hate France. Big broken key? Yeah, alright.
Why did someone shit out this broken key?
Listen, we were rationing and they
I'm
just
so
wanted
hungry, I'm going to have to eat half of my key.
yeah. I didn't realize for a while and wasted on animals. See? And Ultimate Banana Boy has started the 4th egg stack. We really gotta do something about the...
We've got to do something about these eggs.
Yeah, because we,
It's
you
getting
know...
ridiculous.
I mean, it's wonderful, but we keep having more eggs, like a higher average of eggs per stream. So it keeps covering up more and more of the game.
It is a visual representation of growth, but it's
Yeah.
just preventing you from showing off the game quite as well.
Yeah. Kills you.
Damn, I wanted to come watch Signalis, but all she had on screen was just piles of eggs. I don't get it. Where's the lesbians? It's just eggs. They haven't cracked yet.
They haven't cracked yet. They're not lesbians yet. We're going to stream suggestions. Are you gonna suggest that I need to fix the eggs? Because I do. I've actually been working on something, but then I forgot about it, and I haven't picked it back up again.
To be fair, you forgot about it for the best reason.
Well, if you're gonna say my bottom surgery, that's not true. I forgot about it. Just outside of that.
Did you? I thought you talked about it with me just before your bum surgery.
Maybe. Can you look at the other one? Thank you.
Can you
Oh, the other one's stuck. Yes. Nice.
You sure show those creatures, Zoe.
Oh, why can't I?
What's that black bar?
Oh,
Is
I
that
don't have
from
more
over the
bullets.
ends, or
Shit.
you- Oh.
Yeah, no, that's
you've only
the
got 6
enemies.
bullets.
That's the enemies glitching. The real lesbians were the eggs we laid along the way. I don't know. That's a different kind of egg, bud. I didn't know we were doing that.
Chicken.
Have we been here before? No. Diary.
Yes,
To
you
protect
have.
us-
Yes.
Well, we have. Okay, but then we're just going in circles. Or, well, not in circles, but we've looped back around. So we have. Okay. Then maybe we can go that way now.
It's game design, baby. They gave you a shortcut back.
Oh, the eggs we laid along the way is because the replica are all named after birds. I didn't even know. I did not pick up on that.
Squawk.
Squawk. A strange rectangular... Oh, I know what this is. Or, I think this is half of it by the looks of it.
Yes, for the butterfly box. that we
Yes.
saw earlier. Okay. Maybe I'm incorrect here. I feel like if the key is just a square, then half of it should open it up as good as the full thing.
Would it?
Yeah, because like there's no like, it's a square, so it slots into one half, and then you can just turn it. Because like there's nowhere for it to slip, because it's just a perfect square.
No, but it is a
Like
rectangle.
a catch.
Like you would be able to make it go up and down. And look, you can see there's like specific
I guess
notches and stuff, you know?
Okay, there's a notches.
Grooves.
Yeah, fair enough. I didn't realize there's notches. It was just a square, then you could have opened up with just half of it.
But no. I'm still gonna try though. Yep, nope. Which came first, the magpie or the egg? I've always believed that the egg came first.
Yeah,
Because
the egg has to have come first.
yes, because okay, so let's say the chicken, right? At one point you have an animal that is not a chicken. The animal that is not a chicken has laid an egg, and from that hatches the chicken, because that's how
Yes.
evolution works. At some point, a creature evolves enough that the next one that comes out of an egg is a chicken.
Yeah.
So
it
the
has to
egg
be
comes
the egg.
first, you know?
However,
Creatures use eggs before they were animals on land also. Of course, but I think what we mean is like the egg connected to this specific animal, you know? Because of course eggs came first, if we're talking like all eggs, but if we're talking about specifically the chicken egg, I would argue it is the egg that the chicken came from, you know?
but if it was a label saying that isn't a chicken, is it a chicken egg?
I would say it
Sure,
is.
a chicken hatches from it, but like if you saw like I know the bird that came before the chicken laid, it'd be like, oh, that's the egg of that thing. You wouldn't say, oh, that's a chicken egg, because you don't know what's inside it. I guess at that point, Schrodinger's chicken. Like you don't know if there's a chicken inside till it happens.
I would argue then that it's just dependent on your personal perception, like. Unless there's like an actual scientific, which there probably is. There's probably like an actual scientific decision on whether the egg is the egg of the thing that laid it or the egg of the thing that came out of it. But that's what determines it. It's not a philosophical question. It's just scientific.
I guess that's fair.
Is it not about all eggs? Did I just autism myself again? Yeah, no, sorry. It's not about all eggs. Otherwise, there wouldn't be much of a question. Gotta head off. Have a good rest of stream, y'all, because those robots for me, I will with bullets. And hopefully we find our wives and kiss those realsies. And thanks for coming, Lucina. Bye-bye. Unless you consider the egg to be tied to what laid it rather than what hatches it, yeah. The first egg a chicken hatched from still had the physical composition of a not quite chicken egg. We don't know that. We don't know. How would we know, you know? We don't know what the chicken egg looked like. Wait, I am actually now realizing that here we're at a bathroom where there are specific stalls, right?
Yeah.
It's still these shitty fucking toilets. But the other one we were in was just they weren't segmented. There were no stalls. They were all together. So this is probably like for gestalts or something, and then the other one's for replicants. Or something like that. At least like the other one was for people lower on the social ladder.
Yeah.
That's interesting. A thing hath been noticed by me. Okay, what else did we do? So we got a key, we can't use it.
The replicants, they shit together, stay together.
Gross.
So sorry.
Okay, 2 doors that we haven't even checked out yet. That's probably where we want to go. The bathroom with stalls in it had a replica repair patch in it. Yeah, but I think they both did. Oh no, wait, that one had a replica repair patch. Right, okay, so if replicas wouldn't be allowed there, then why would there be a repair patch in it? So yeah, it's probably more so just social status rather than what kind of being you are. Hello, you're alive and you're one of the tall ones, and you got a cool gun.
What's up, babe?
Got they're really tall.
They are.
Storage. Okay, we've heard that name, and I think someone hates you. You look like you don't look like you belong here. You're an Elster unit, huh? This facility is currently on lockdown. You shouldn't be here. That's all you have to say?
She's just chilling.
I'm the protector controller on duty on this level. I don't know what kind of business you have here, but as you can probably see, we've got bigger issues right now. It fucks me up. Okay, this is so like classic for this like genre of horror. But it fucks me up that nobody wants to specify. Nobody talks about there are fucked up mutant replicas walking around. No one specifies that there is a big flesh monster in the kitchen. So we never know if it's real.
I mean, they're robots. They probably don't need to specify. They're probably programmed not to
Oh,
specifically.
that doesn't. No. Listen, I don't care about that. I'm not asking for an explanation. I think narratively, it works really well to keep us to mystery up of like what is real, what isn't. You know, it's really good.
I thought you were complaining.
Oh no, I wasn't. I think it's good.
Okay.
I think it's cool and good.
The flesh blob might be new, true. We don't know how long the flesh blob's been
Maybe. Who knows? Yeah, I'm giving you.
West Wing.
Who is this? Whose key is this?
Yeah, West Wing key got a picture
Sayo
of a
Alina.
beautiful
Wait,
woman on it.
listen in. That's ours. Yeah. Okay, so I feel
She's
like
not looking great.
no, she is not. I feel like our character would want to have something to say about that, but okay.
Why is she? Was she beaten up on picture day? What's going on?
Yeah, what the fuck?
Oh, some big kids beat me up on picture day. Oh, this is gonna suck.
I guess we don't really know yet if gestalts are also like they're not replicas, but we don't necessarily know that they haven't been had modifications done to them.
That's
It might be a Mega Man situation where the humans and the reploids are essentially the same. About the administrator, from work shift controller to night shift controller, due to recent events. How about I center my voice for a second? Due to recent events, some security technicians will be serving both work shifts and night shifts. Affected guard units are Star. We met a Star. S2304, Star S2305, Star S230609. Affected controller units STCR S2303, STCR S2306. Until an effective treatment is found or reinforcements are sent from Heimat, we'll all have to stay strong and do our best to keep the facility secure. Failure is not an option. Storch, Saiben, Sheben. Oh, is Storch is like Stork, probably, like, you know?
Yeah,
If they're all birds, that makes sense.
they're all birds of a feather, so they flock together.
SDCR S2307. P.S. Keep an eye on the administrator unit. Since the incident, he's been acting stranger than usual. Without the commander to keep him in check, we'll have to ask Colibri. Oh, that's cute. That's a hummingbird. We'll have to ask Colibri for help.
There has been some sort of incident. We know that we can confirm that much.
Yes, I mean, clearly something has happened because everybody is talking about that stuff is, messed up and stuff, but we aren't being told what exactly. Goodbye, tall lady.
Goodbye, tall lady.
Alright, so now we have... What kind of key was it again that we got? West Wing. So...
I like how no one's like trying to stop you. They're just like, yeah, shit's fucked. You'll probably be dead soon.
Yeah. You should go, but like, we're not gonna make you go.
Yeah, like, fucking who cares, really? Know what you gonna do? Loser.
Shithead. Oh, hello.
Ow.
Ow. I like the way that they, I thought I already stumped you. What the hell? I like the way that they, like, at you.
Yeah. They're fucking
That's
evil.
funny. Okay, so I might have the key to this door? Yes, I do. Should probably find a save point so we can quit. Let's see. Does that icon mean... The little red icon there, does that mean it's just that it's an elevator? It brings you from one location to another? I assume?
Maybe?
Although, wait. I guess not, because there are ones here too. I guess it's just interactables that are marked on your map. Which is nice. Could use some more ammo though. See, the thing that surprises me about these stun prods is that usually in a game like this, if you have a melee weapon and guns, then the melee weapon is like your trusty backup, you know? You always have it, but it is dangerous. It's not the most effective thing you have.
Yeah.
But I've only found 3 stun prods, and I find more ammo. Although the stun prods are most likely instant, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I think in Resident Evil 3, 2 and 3 remake, you can have knives and they are and they're consumable, but they're basically like insta kills. So I guess it's like that.
It seems like it. Like, I don't see any other reason that they would be consumable, to be honest.
So, I don't know. See, I don't know how viable it is to just try to push enemies off of you and avoid fighting them altogether. There was a starting permanent melee weapon cut, and it's still in the files, untextured. Huh. That's fun. Oh, shit.
It's a creature. It's a beast.
It's a bullets.
Yo, that's better, actually.
So do I guess I'll try to kill you.
I mean, I don't see why you wouldn't.
It's also got the... I gotta say, okay, so again, it takes so much from Resident Evil, and one of the things it takes is like music during, or like sounds during enemy encounters just being kind of like fucked up noise. But I kind of like in Resident Evil, it's just like demonic radio static, but here it just feels like it's a clattering of metal, and it's like beeping of machines and stuff, like devices. It's more unnerving than what you have in Silent Hill. Was I saying Resident Evil or Silent Hill? I always get the names confused.
Oh, you said you said Resident Evil.
Yeah, okay, I meant Silent Hill. I don't get them confused, but like not knowledge wise, but just when I speak it, you know. Anyway, I think I like this more. This is more unnerving to me than just the radio static, because the radio static at the end of the day is just radio static, you know. But this is like specific noises where my brain goes like, oh, what is that? What is the clanging? What is that beeping noise? You know, it's good. Oh, come on, why are there so many of you? I think I can avoid you actually.
Yeah, just grab the key and run.
It's probably gonna turn around.
No, she's just chilling out.
I guess so.
Yeah, you don't even need to shoot her.
What's fucking me up here is that the reflection and the real one have their own separate, like, glitch effects, it looks like.
Oh, they do.
God. I want to check this door out, though.
Which just further cements that those things aren't actually there.
Maybe. Maybe or maybe not, honestly. It might just be the fact that this game has like such nice reflections, it's very cool. It might just be a graphical thing.
I mean, you say that, but I feel like the fact this game has such nice reflections, I feel like they'd have taken the time.
Maybe. Well, maybe. I guess it wouldn't have been impossible to make sure that the particle effects mimic each other. Take that. Read this. Oh, hello. Documents. Search protocol.
Fucked up her face.
Yeah. Why are they all so fucked up? What did you do to them? I bet you interrogated them, didn't you? Protector controller on duty STCR S2303. Protector on duty star S2305. Worker S23A 4822 Song Helene. Helene? Confiscated items, watch and ring. Ow. Residence, dorm A16. Workplace, political morals class. Oh. Okay. Considering everything else we've seen so far, I feel like those morals aren't going to be very political. I think they're just going to be very bad. Arrested in ongoing investigation, stolen radio. Original reason for transfer, counter-revolutionary activity, distributing flyers at university. Worker S23A3582, Huang Julia, confiscated items, medication, resident. You took her fucking meds from her? Her
You
dude.
took her estrogen?
Yeah, what the fuck? Residence, Dorm A64, workplace mining operation A, arrested on suspicion of bioresonance. Okay. Confiscated hydroxycarbamide pills have been sent to the medical wing. Special supervision requests have been forwarded to Colibri. Bioresonance.
She was vibrating too fast, dude. You can stop her.
So it looks to be probably something have to do with the medicine that was confiscated.
Yeah.
Hydroxycarbamide. Bioresonance, trying to... So, if this is a... Given the fact that they have a full name, I'm assuming that they are... Oh, and also based on their worker number, actually. So they are wow! Wow, wow! Cormano the Mage and all your viewers, hello! Welcome, welcome, welcome! Thanks so much for coming! Thanks so much for the raid! My name is Zoe Gun the Queen. I'm an artist or whatever, and a VTuber. Hello.
Hello.
And I'm playing Signalis for the first time with my friend Jody.
Hello, it's me.
Yay! My pronouns are she here. Hello. What did you guys get up to? Oh, tell me while I stretch, because I haven't been doing that for a while. Aw, Dragon Ball, nice. I like Dragon Ball. And dancing fruit vids, okay. Not what you mean like Cocomelon? Anyway, so if these are gestalts, and so they are gestalts, and gestalts might still have like some. I don't know. They don't look like they've had mechanical stuff done to them, I guess.
No, they're just like beaten up.
Although the second one does have that red stuff that the replicas do around the eyes. But yeah, they do look a lot more beat up.
I think that might just be blood, maybe, because one side's like much bigger than the others.
That's just the hair, I think. Maybe. Yeah, no, that's just the hair covering it up. I'm pretty sure, but maybe it might be blood. Anyway, if gestalts also have mechanical parts, then this bioresonance thing might be like trying to connect more with their biological side or something, and that's illegal. I don't know. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe. Who knows?
Worker S23A0512. Say, Alina, that's ours. Wow. I thought I recognized the image. Confiscated cosmetic box with butterfly inlay. Oh shit.
That's what we need to get that box. Like,
Yeah, dude.
Now.
Residence dorm A61, workplace factory, collapsed at the workplace from exhaustion. We read about that. Bunk was searched before transfer to medical wing. What the fuck's wrong with you guys? She was weak and sad, and you're like treating her like a criminal. What the fuck? Worker S20.
I think all these people might be criminals, so.
I don't think so. I think they're nice.
Okay.
I mean, they're criminals in the eye of the state, but
Exactly, that's the only form of criminal that exists.
that's true.
There's
That's
only
true.
criminal in the eye of state.
That is true. Worker S23A2367, Fukuyama Heinrich, confiscated fountain pen. Residence dorm A22, workplace mining operation A, recent transfer from factory. Arrested on suspicion of conspiracy against the state. All right. Ow. I think we have to kill these guys, Zoe. So, damn.
Yeah.
I don't know. That depends on the guys.
Zoe did not say damn.
I don't think I would say damn. I think we're like, oh, all right, yeah. Oh shit.
Instantly run back.
I don't have a lot of bullets, Jody. Okay, okay.
Have you checked the other door?
Does she follow?
Oh.
Okay, they
This room
don't.
sucks, actually. I think it was
Yeah,
better
this room-
in the corridor.
This room is not ideal. I don't like this room or the sound.
I hate the blood room.
The blood room. Frequency is cool. Oh, cool. Steam screenshot.
This seems normal.
This seems normal. So you had Cocomelon on one side and cat sensory bird watching on the other. That's good. So, and you were playing a Dragon Ball game, I guess, then? You would think Dragon Ball is active enough that you wouldn't need all that. Okay.
I think the room next to this one's a save room, judging by the red light coming from it.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, kick her ass. Yeah, you kicked her ass.
I did. But I have no bullets, so... Oh, this is not a
it's
safe
not.
room at all. This room
Oh.
looks decidedly unsafe. Fuck.
This place sucks, though.
What the hell? What is wrong with this place? Why did it make it suck so bad? Oh, there's a safe room here.
Oh, nice.
Nice, we look back around. We'll put 2 of them in here.
I hate the cage room.
Don't want to go back in the cage room. The room looks bad and evil.
It really does. I was like, oh, find your save room. But nope.
But we did get a safe room very quickly afterwards because it looped back around. So let's go open this box and then we'll save and end the stream for today.
Call it a day.
Mm-hmm.
Use the butterfly key. Use the butterfly key.
I do that. Hello.
What the fuck?
A mysterious artifact is placed in the box. Okay.
Not what I thought was going to be in there.
No, not at all. I thought it was going to be like letters of something. I don't know.
Love letters.
Plate of Eternity. What the fuck are we talking about? What?
Bitch, why did you have this?
Huh? Did you find this in the mines?
Oh.
Oh, cool.
What the fuck?
Oh, cool. Oh, and now we're like proper first person. Oh my god.
Oh.
Oh my
What is
god.
happening? You should not have picked up the Plate of Eternity, sorry. That
saw this-
That was a misstep.
I think I saw this place in that initial hallucination at the end of the opening sequence.
I fucking hate
dude.
Alaska, dude.
Oh my god. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up, phone.
I think you have to touch it.
I know. Couldn't
never
leave my
voiced
house
the
without the
button.
Plate of Eternity, to be quite honest. That's fair, I get it.
It's that one picture of Obama walking out his house on stage podcast like, the Plate of Eternity so easily forgotten. It's not around to help.
There's a blind in there, that's
Hello?
nice. Closed door. Thanks.
This place is nice.
This seems alright. To Radio Officer Young, Station 6. Dear Iris. I feel like we've heard the name Iris before. I hope you're in Ariane. Is that ours?
I keep failing to keep track of all the women names. to be honest.
Yeah. Same.
I think we need a couple of men names in here just to fucking make the women stand out a bit more.
Oh no. I hope you and Ariane are both well. I've spoken to the officials at Aeon and they agreed that it would be best for Ariane to attend school in Sector C. Okay. So Iris is Ariane's mother and this is from the father, I assume? Suggesting that men do exist in this universe, but I'll believe it when I see it. Then school in Sector C. I have a spare room she can stay in until she graduates. I know you two are inseparable, but we both know that it's best for your daughter. Okay, so not the dad, alright. But Iris is the mom of Ariane. No, both know that it's best for your daughter if she receives a normal education in the city. Love your sister, Camilla. Okay. Is that a normal map?
No, it's a very weird map.
Shut up. I'm looking at video game things. This, like, super muffled music is fucking me up.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought there was like a monster screaming outside is the wind, I think. I don't think that's...
Because I thought that was a monster screaming as well.
Maybe it is monster scream, I don't know.
I don't like that.
If I like looked at... See, I was like looking in the window expecting to see like a shape, but there wasn't. What if there was one now? You know?
Mm-hmm.
Doors locked from the other side, okay.
That's bad. That means there's someone in there.
Maybe.
Things don't be locked from the other side with no one in there, Zoe.
I mean, this is a hallucination, so...
Is it?
Or maybe a flashback, who knows. If this is... Okay, if Ariane, or whatever the name was, is our... If this is the gestalt that we're looking for, how are we having this... okay, so because of the... Presumably because of the Plate of Eternity, we are getting this, right?
I would like to present some pushback. You picked up an item called the Plate of Eternity. I'm not willing to discount the idea that you just fucking teleported, I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, fair point. Alright, okay, fair enough. We'll find out. Okay, we'll find out. We'll keep going. We'll get to the end of this sequence and then we can theorize. REM64 long wave radio receiver module user manual. The REM64 long wave radio receiver module allows a replica unit to directly receive and process LF, low frequency, AM, amplitude modulation. That's what that stands for, huh? Radio transmissions in the range of 50 to 250 kilohertz. Never say video games don't teach you nothing. The REM64 module is installed in the module slot behind the left ear of Generation 5 replicas. To access the module's functionality, open the inventory screen and press up to open the subsystem screen. The receiver module will show up on the far left here. To switch the radio receiver on and off, press A. You can adjust the frequency with left and right on the D-pad. But if I press up on the inventory screen, I go to the map screen, don't I? Oh well. When the receiver is on, the frequency indicator will light up red and the spectrogram bars will begin to move. When tuned to a station with a subcarrier signal, the SIGNALIS signal...
Yeah, did you just get the word signals in the name?
Well, I mean, the signal's in the game now. That's what's
true.
interesting.
I assumed there would be some signal somewhere.
I kind of forgot that the name might mean something. I hadn't been thinking about the name at all ever since we started playing. Anyway, the signal label will ignite when tuned to a station transmitting a data stream. The data label will ignite and the transmitted data will be displayed in the description field at the bottom of the screen. I feel like this is going to be very relevant.
I mean, they named the game after it, so it better be.
Right? And our gestalt is like lived at a radio station place thing. There's a replica of radio module in the box because of the radio module. Okay, so if we are about to have this, once we get out of here, then we teleported. Like, well, yeah, then it's definitely real. It's either definitely real or everything is definitely fake. You know, it's one or the other. But no matter what happens, we are going to get confirmation that this, where we are right now, is not a hallucination. Not a solitary, confined hallucination. That is the one thing we can say for sure after this. The radio module can receive radio transmissions on frequencies between 50 and 250 Hz. Access blah 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 blah. Automatically decoded messages will appear in the transcription window. I'm sure that won't be scary at all. I wonder if we're about to be able to hear the music more clearly by connecting. Okay, so a heavy hexagonal stone plate. It feels warm to the touch. Cool. Can use this here. Okay.
Cannot use the blade. Oh.
Right. Yep. That's a bunch of stuff. So, toggle.
80.
80 wind. 2 5 2 0 end. Okay.
Okay.
This really is like Voices of the Void.
It's so true.
5 4 8 2 1 3 5 4 6 5 3 1 1 3 5 4 1 3 1 2 1 3 5 4 1 3
Oh, nice,
1
you found a
5
number
4
station.
8 3 4 5 6 1 3 through. Oh my god. Okay.
Yeah, this is a number station.
This feels relevant to the beginning of the game when we also got a bunch of numbers dumped on us as the hallucinations poured in. And got worse and worse, and our face melted off and stuff. You weren't there for that, but it was not cool. It was very scary.
They really made binary more complicated in the future. Added a bunch of pointless numbers.
So annoying. Wish I hadn't. Oh, it stays on. Okay.
Oh,
Cool.
okay.
We don't need that right now. Can I use computer? No?
Yo, is that a fucking Coleco version?
Yo! Look
Yo,
at
is that a
the
Commodore 64?
look at the arrow pads, dude. Fuck yeah. Why
That's
don't they
actually
make them
kinda
like this anymore?
Ah, 'cause it's bad.
Nah. Alright, let's interact with this red whatever.
I hate the red.
Okay.
Oh, I see. You got to tune into that, and I assume it responds to the numbers. That's the longest fucking password.
So I'm just
Oh, there we go.
right, it just has to hear it. Just has to hear the frequency, alright then. Oh cool, awesome.
Oh, I love
oh.
stairs.
And we're back here. And
So do you still have that?
we still have
You
it.
do.
Alright.
Okay.
Okay, so do we still have the slab?
Yes, you still have the slab.
We still have the slab. Okay, so
There's some HP Lovecraft shit going on here.
yeah, this shit's
Why is
insane.
there a plate of eternity?
Yeah, what is that? Okay, oh my god. Okay, so something's coming from the mines.
Oh, the pickaxe swinging from side to side.
So something's coming. Something is. People are just being in the mines. Other people are becoming corrupted and losing all their outer shell and fighting people and whatever. I mean, the quote from the start about Great Hole being digged is a Lovecraft quote. That's why that sounded familiar. Right, okay.
Okay, so there's definitely some Lovecraft shit. So you can't trust anything you see. Is what
Yeah,
you're
I
saying?
cannot trust fucking anything, dude.
I feel like once you've got an item in your game called the Plate of Eternity, all bets are off. Anything could be fucking happening here.
Uh-huh.
Like, what the fuck is a Plate of Eternity? That's not normal.
I mean, okay. So people are saying earlier that they were that other people, or that everybody, I don't know, that a group of people were very surprised that the developers of this game had never played Dead Space. At the time, I was like, just because it's sci-fi, come on, this is clearly Silent Hill. And I still believe that. But I do understand the idea more of like, well, they were mining, and now there's some fucked up supernatural shit going on with like some relics or whatever. Because yeah, that is Dead Space, you know?
Okay, but that's also just that's just Lovecraft like several times.
I know, but it is like
people
in terms.
mining and finding relics.
I know.
That's his
That's
own thing.
I still think that it's not specifically to Dead Space, but it is, you know, also a thing that Dead Space did, and Dead Space is a very well-known video game, like horror video game, you know. The stomping, I guess, although, again, not a Dead Space thing. That is also something in Silent Hill. So
Yeah.
that is also not a Dead Space thing. So I honestly feel that so far, people that are like, man, this is just like Dead Space, just don't know enough about Silent Hill probably. Or at least just don't have it on the mind as much as they do Dead Space. Anyway, very cool. I'm very interested in everything here. Oops, I mean yes. I mean, who knows? Maybe by the end of this, I'm gonna be like, wow, you're right. That was story-wise and stuff, themes-wise, was more Dead Space than it was Silent Hill. I don't know. But hey, you know what else Dead Space had? The guy being like, oh man, my wife. I have to find my wife. And then the wife turns out to have been dead the entire time and it was a hallucination. Just like Silent Hill.
Just like Silent Hill.
Dead Space really is just like Silent Hill in space and way more action-y. You know?
It's true.
It's true. Interesting to think about, huh? Try going into save menu without saving. I already did that. That was the first time I did it because when you start, the option that it's on is on continue without saving, and I didn't notice. So I just like pressed A because I was like, does it save now? And it says you will regret this, and I was like, no, I actually want to save. I was very afraid that I had like locked myself out of saving entirely, which there is a game that lets you do that, but I don't remember what it. I mean, like a horror game, but I don't remember which one it was. I mean, of course, some Silent Hill games, and it. Resident Evil, maybe? Yeah, I think also Resident Evil, like they require you to have like an ink cartridge or something so you can save. But I feel like there's a horror game where like at the start you can just like break the save machine or something and you just can't save anymore. Anyway, favorite thing is that the top post on the unofficial Signalis Reddit for a while was that Lovecraft quote with a picture of a worm on a string with legs. That's really good actually. But yeah, we will be calling it quits here today. We've been going for almost 4.5 hours after all, so that's a good amount. And I really like this.
It's really good.
I'm super enjoying this. The aesthetic is fucking sublime. I'm really interested in the story. The sound design is quite nice. Finally found out what the signal is. Yeah.
You fucking fool, Zoe. Now you've made us stream games, so you gotta wait a week to continue.
I know. I was just thinking that, like, fucking Christ, I'm gonna totally forget about what I was doing. You know? Ugh. Because hold on. There was this room that we, this isolation room. Yo, like Alien?
Yo, like the Alien Isolation?
Yeah. There's that room that was like very, very scary, the red room and stuff, and we just left, but we didn't interact with anything, so so we didn't mark anything on the map, so it looks like I was just there and I was done, you know? So am I gonna remember to go there? Chet, are you guys... yeah, is my community and my friends gonna help me remember?
I will help you remember.
Thank you. What if you're not there?
I will be.
Oh, okay then.
I'm 100% confident I will be.
You're gonna make time for it?
I definitely. I want to continue with this. If you'll have me, obviously.
Yeah, sure. I will absolutely remember, says the Forgetfuller. But yeah, I really like this game so far. I can't wait to see all the gay stuff. I'll just say Plate of Eternity at you, and then you will have to play up to this point as a flashback sequence. Oh, fuck. Damn it. My AI brain does this just like it does for Elster. Yeah, I like it a lot. I'll be back with it next week. And if you want to get my fucking... you want to be notified of that shit, exclamation point links in chat, and you get a little link that leads to my website. On my website, you can find all sorts of things, including links to my socials and my YouTube channels. The socials and my Discord server, community Discord server, are great ways to keep up to date with what I'm doing, because I post my schedules and my stream announcements on there and stuff. The Discord server is the best way to do it, because then you get a little notification, but you don't have to worry about joining the whole community if you don't want to, because I totally understand if you don't, for whatever reason. Because all you have if you join is the stream announcements channel and a channel explaining the rules on how to get into the server if you want to, but there is no obligation whatsoever. My next stream, I don't know what it is yet, because this is the last stream of the week. So tomorrow or Monday I'll have a new schedule, and then you will know when Signalis is again. Ooh, I'm excited. I'm so glad I finally started because it's good. It's good. Oh, it's good. It's very cool.
It's so good.
It's very good. All right. Jody, would you like to plug anything while I go looking for a raid target?
Yeah, sure. I'll plug myself. Hello, everyone. My name is Jody. I stream on Twitch under twitch.tv/Dynaloop. I stream mainly first-person shooters and jank games. I started Alien Isolation earlier today. That was fun. But yeah, come check me out if you like me. I like me. Zoe likes me.
I like you.
So you should check me out because you will also like me, guaranteed 100%.
They've seen you on here. You're fun.
They have.
Yeah. All right. Our raid target will be Shubabang. They are playing Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion for the first time. So that'll be fun. It's kind of the same game if you think about it. I mean, if you think about it,
every
Fallout
game's just
4 is
complicated
kind of like
tennis for two.
Fallout 4 is kind of like Silent Hill if you think about it. Anyway, so yeah, we're gonna go over there. The raid message will be, have you seen our wife?
Have you seen my wife?
Have you seen our wives? Our singular wife. Because if we say our wives, then it might be the implication that all of us are looking for our individual wife. It's much funnier if we're all looking for the same wife. So yeah, have you seen our wife will be the raid message.
Where's my wife?
So go over there, go show them a good time, and I will see you all next week. One wife, we all share one wife. God, I'm so this game is so good. Woo! I'm so excited to play more next week. Yay! Might just do every day. I'm probably not gonna do that anyway. Yeah, I'll see you guys. Yeah, we have to. Yeah, we do have to play Halo. That's the thing we're doing next week. Jody and I are continuing our Halo 2 playthrough. Bang. There we go. Start the raid. My wife. There we go. All right. So, just a moment, and then we will be heading on the raid. Goodbye, everyone. Thanks so much for coming.
She's very sick.
I appreciate y'all. Bye.
Bye, everyone. Bye.